Good morning, everyone. Welcome to NBCC's first ever virtual open house. My name is Mike Wright, and I'm the Student Recruitment Manager here at NBCC. On behalf of the entire college, I'd sincerely like to thank all of you for joining us this morning from wherever you are, either in New Brunswick or in Canada or different parts of the world. Although this is an event that we would much rather be doing in person, we really feel that today will be very informative and a lot of fun for all of you. Just a couple housekeeping items before we get started. During the day today, should you have any questions, please submit them through our Q&A. We will have live moderators there answering questions on the various subject areas throughout the day. While there is a slight delay between what we're saying and what you're hearing, so if your question does not get answered right away, please be patient and we'll do our best to get to it when we can. Also, this event will remain live throughout the day. So the sessions will run from this morning until 3:30 p.m. There is another session this afternoon, an academic Q&A session, and excuse me, I meant this evening, and that begins at 6:15. There is a separate link to that event through our landing page on the website. You'll also notice that we have linked over 40 different academic program videos on our landing page as well. I'd encourage you to explore those at your convenience and see what makes the NBCC program so great. If you have specific questions about any academic programs, please feel free to join one of our sessions tonight, running from 6:15 to 8:15 p.m. If you need to leave the event today, that's okay. The event will be recorded for you to watch at your convenience, and you can rejoin at any time. So you can leave and join the event at any time. The last thing is have fun and enjoy the day. As I mentioned, we would have loved to have been able to meet you in person, but I think this day will really allow you to find out how NBCC can bring out your extraordinary. Thank you so much for joining, and now I'll pass it to Janet and Renelle for our first session on career exploration. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Janet Degel. I'm here with my colleague, Renelle Giovard. We are career and well-being counselors with NBCC, and today we're going to present to you an introduction to career counseling. But before we begin, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Wabanaki people on which our campus locations sit.
Our career and well-being counselors are a team of 9, including registered social workers and licensed counseling therapists. We cover 6 of our NBCC campuses. A large part of the work that we do is we offer wellness support to our students, such as short-term counseling and appropriate community referrals. We're also available to help prospective students explore next steps in their career path. A visual tool that you see on your screen to help with career decision making is our career decision wheel. So over several sessions, we spend time exploring each of the 6 different elements that you see in the chart. All too often, we see students who have chosen a program because they only considered 1 or 2 of these elements. The goal is to make sure we analyze each piece on its own so that you're more equipped to make an informed decision. We use different tools and strategies along the way to help guide our conversations. This process requires our clients to be fully engaged so that they can make career decisions that feel right for them.
So to begin our discussion, we are going to look at interests. And interests are the things that we want to know more about, or the subjects or activities we find enjoyable and satisfying. So these can be ideas or practices. For example, you might be interested in cars, but you might prefer being a car salesperson as opposed to a car mechanic. So it's important to discuss exactly what about cars you find interesting, and then go beyond that to discover how the other areas of the pie chart relate to these interests. So pursuing or only looking at your interests does not necessarily lead to career satisfaction. And one tool that we use to help us in our conversations with interests is Matchmaker. And Matchmaker is an interest inventory that's available through the Career Cruising website. So at the end of our session, Renelle is going to give us a brief tour of career cruising, and she's going to show you what it's all about and how it can help you in your career exploration.
So next is personality. So personality is what we're like, our preferences and styles. It's the interaction of our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that make us who we are. So we're more likely to find career satisfaction when our work environment fits with our personality type. During our sessions, we take the time to help you discover more about your personality. To know ourselves and our personalities, it is important to do some internal self-reflection. It's about asking ourselves such things as, would I prefer to work in a group environment? Or would I prefer to work behind the scenes? Do I like structure and routine, or would I prefer to go with the flow?
So next we're going to discuss aptitude. So aptitude describes our abilities and skills or things that we're good at. For example, if I have an aptitude for working with my hands, I might be good at or really enjoy building projects. Skills can be developed over time with knowledge and practice. And we find career satisfaction when we feel confident in our learned skills and knowledge. We are all good at something and find difficulties in other areas. It will be hard to find career satisfaction in a work environment where you need to use skills or aptitudes that you're not naturally good at. For example, some people naturally have a hard time with math. So if you choose a career which involves a lot of math, that might be really discouraging.
And next is our values. So values are our thoughts, beliefs, and principles that give meaning to our lives. What do you believe in? What do you stand for? How do you want to contribute to your family, your community, society? A career that is aligned with your values is a career that can make you feel proud of what you do for a living. So in our sessions, we explore values, such as how important it is to work independently, to work with people, to work with our minds, to express creativity, flexibility in the work environment, etc. It's what we really love about our work. It can also include salary, benefits, and if you have to travel for work, for example. So sometimes students choose programs based only on their values, such as how much money they can make. And they realize later that they're still unhappy. The goal is to have a balance between our values and the other elements of the decision wheel.
So next we talk about opportunities, which is basically labor market or job market. And that's the availability of jobs or the demand for skilled labor in certain industries. So this is the idea of a door opening. We can look at probabilities. For example, the market might be high for healthcare workers right now, but probably low for circus performers. This does not mean that someone should only focus all their energy on high demand jobs, as it might not be a good fit for you. Or there might be other options, such as starting your own business. In this post-pandemic era, job market predictions are more of a conversation than ever before.
And last would be your barriers or your obstacles. So these are challenges or obstacles that may affect one's ability to achieve their career goal. Barriers may change someone's wished career path or have them work through a challenge. Some obstacles are temporary and can be removed, and some are permanent and have to be steered around. So examples of barriers might be having the proper program entry requirements, having access to financial support, needing personal or family support measures such as access to childcare, housing, transportation. A barrier can also be physical injuries, learning challenges, and so on. Everyone has barriers. We need to determine what they are, how they affect our lives in order to move forward in our career planning.
So career planning is a very individual process, and no two sessions are ever the same. We use the career decision wheel to have a unique conversation about your career goals. Career planning is a journey and can take multiple sessions for some and just one for others. It depends on a number of factors. The goal is to have our clients feel more informed and confident in moving forward with their next career steps. So moving on in our presentation, we will give a demonstration of the Career Cruising website and explain how it can be used as a career planning tool.
So feel free to write this down, or you can take a screenshot. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see the website. Can you see the screen, Janet?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so the screenshot that you took, so this is where you would put your information. So NBCC here, and then St. John, all in one word here. Then you sign in. So it's careercruising.com. So you sign in. And this is what you see. So this is the first page. So what I would like for you to do is click on assessments. And then you'll see Matchmaker and My Skills. So you'll be able to answer questions about what you like and you dislike, and then find careers that match with what you just answered. So if you click on it, you'll realize that you have to create your own plan. That way, if you find something interesting, you can save it. So we made our own. I'm going to start Matchmaker. Okay, so once you're in and you created your own plan with username and password, at the beginning where you put NBCC and then St. John, you can put your new username and password, and then you'll see everything that you saved in your plan. So this is Matchmaker. So this is what it looks like. So you'll have questions and you'll have to answer from dislike very much to like very much. So we're just going to input, we're going to call it October 22nd, 2020. And start now. So as you can see, questions like, do you like working with children? So you answer from dislike very much to like very much, and try not to put does not matter, because at the end, if you click on this side or this side, it just gives a more accurate report. So if you want to know what they mean by a career which includes working with children, there's more information on the right. So you can read here, and then it will tell you a bit more information. So I'm just going to put like. So you continue that way. Would you like a career which includes working outdoors in any weather? I don't like being cold. I don't like the rain on me. So I'm going to say dislike very much. And then you keep going this way. So at the end, you'll receive a list of different career options. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to pick those options, or because Matchmaker, had a list for you of different options that you absolutely have to pick from that list. And sometimes you may wonder why it showed up that way. So that's a conversation that we can have in the office of the reasons why it ended up that way. It's just to explore. This is just an exploration exercise. So that was under assessments, but there's other ways that you can research different careers. So if you go right next to it, it says careers. If you click on it, oops, haven't finished the assessment. Are you sure you want to leave? So for me, it's yes. Okay, so careers, you click, and then you can research different careers this way. So if you have an idea of a career that you want more information on, you can put, let's just put welding, for example, and search it this way. So as you can see, there's one option. Sometimes there's more than one. And if you take a look on the right, it says HCNU. That means high school college, university. If you know you don't want to go to university, you can unclick this, and then you'll only have answers that doesn't require university. So I'm just going to leave it for now. I'm going to click welder. So at a glance is basic information of what a welder does. So there's not a whole lot on this page. So I would recommend going on your left and clicking on job description, where you will be able to read a lot more about what a welder does. So that's job description. You see here view interview. So you can watch videos of welders that talk about what they do. There's 2 here on the side. After that, here on your left, working conditions. So you'll learn about what a typical day as a welder looks like. Is it Monday to Friday? Do you need to do overtime? Where exactly do you work? Here it says others work in dark mines or in shops and factories. So it'll explain more of the working environment. Then earnings, you can click on that, see how much you would be making. I would really say to be careful here because Career Cruising is a Canadian website. So you really want to try to go towards the lower end of the salary just because this is Canadian. So maybe out west you would be making more than in New Brunswick. But it just gives you an idea. And again, education on the left. So here you can understand what you need to be a welder. So you can read a bit about it. Then if you go down, you'll actually see college and university programs. So right here in the website, you can click on one. So there's a lot of apprenticeship programs. There's private training programs, and up here, related college and university programs. So let's say we just click on the first one. It will actually show you where in New Brunswick it is offered. So if you can see, Moncton, St. John, St. Andrews, Woodstock, and Miramichi all have welding and welding technology at NBCC. So if I go back, so this is an interesting website because you don't have to Google all of the information. It's all in one place. So on the left, you can select sample career path. So it will tell you where you start and where you can end up with the wages and requirements. And then if you read about welding and you're not really sure, but you think you like it, but you want to see other things that are similar. So you click related careers, and then it will give you a list of different careers that are similar. So then you can, again, let's see if we can, let's say machinist. If you click on that one, then it'll give the same information about machinist. So all the information on the left. And other resources, it's usually websites and associations and things like that. And I don't want to forget, here you see it says save to my plan. So once you click it, it's going to save under your the plan that you created. You can also print. So this website has a lot of different things too that you can explore if you'd like, but careers and assessment is usually the 2 that we like to explore with prospective students because it helps us figure out the pie chart. So I'm going to go back to our presentation. Oops. Trying to share the presentation. Here it is. Okay. going to go to the end.
Perfect. Thank you, Renelle. So, as prospective students, you're probably wondering how you can connect with a career and well-being counselor if you want to, further explore career cruising, or if you want to book sessions to go through the career decision-making process or chart with us. You can call the NBCC main line at 1-506-460-6222 and just share that you'd like to connect with a career counselor. So for today, we'd just like to say thank you so much for joining us. Please reach out if you have any questions or comments. Have a great day, and we hope you enjoy the remaining open house activities. Take care.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining in our first session this morning. What great interaction we've had. We're doing our best to keep up with the high volume of questions that are coming in, so we do appreciate the participation from everybody. Special thanks to Janet and Renelle, who moderated the first session. We are thrilled to be moving on to our next session. Like I mentioned, if you do have questions, please continue to submit them to our Q&A. There is a slight delay, so you may not hear back from us immediately, but we are doing our best to get to as many questions as possible. If the questions are related to the session that is currently going on, we will do our best to publish them so everyone can see. And that means that, you know, chances are if one person has that question, lots of other people have that question also. So I will now move on to give it to our domestic recruitment team of great recruitment advisors for our Discover NBCC session. Thank you.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for tuning in to our first ever virtual open house. My name is Angie Gooden and I'm the recruitment advisor at the Woodstock campus. I'm joined today by my colleagues on the recruitment team, and I'm going to ask each one of them to introduce themselves now.
My name's Katie Augustine and I'm the Indigenous Recruitment Advisor for all campuses.
My name is Catherine Elaine and I'm the Recruitment Advisor at the Fredericton campus.
I'm Annie Martin, Recruitment Advisor at the Miramichi campus.
I'm Amanda Pangborn, Recruitment Advisor at the St. John campus.
I'm Colby Flanagan, the Recruitment Advisor for the Moncton campus.
So we're the team that can help you with your journey to becoming an NBCC student. And while we're located at specific campuses, any one of us can help you with questions you may have about a program at any one of our campuses. During this presentation, you're going to receive an overview of programs that we offer at all 6 campuses. You're going to get some general information on NBCC, the services we provide, and we're going to tell you how to apply. NBCC is a learner-centered college, and we offer over 90 full-time regular programs. In addition, we also have several specialized programs, and we have a wide variety of part-time courses. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, feel free to put them in the chat and we'll answer them as soon as possible. We're also going to take some time at the end of the presentation to answer your questions.
NBCC is one college with 6 campuses around us. All NBCC campuses are located on Mi'kmaq, Wolastoq, and Passamaquoddy homelands. Since 1726, this land has been subject to treaties that are still in effect today. We are grateful to learn together on this land and do so guided by the original spirit of these treaties. Fredericton is our newest and smallest campus, co-located with the University of New Brunswick and St. Thomas University. And while it does not offer any trades programs, it does have 12 full-time programs in various other areas. Woodstock is just an hour up the highway, and if you're looking to take a trade, they have lots to offer, including bricklaying, which is only offered in Woodstock. This campus offers programs in business, health, and social sciences as well. Crossing over to the northernmost campus in the province, about 3 hours away from Woodstock, is Miramichi. This campus is the only one to offer animation and graphics and environmental technology and has 2 locations. Heavy equipment service technician is offered off-site from the main campus at the Forest Training Center. If you drive south from Miramichi in an hour and a half, you will find the Moncton campus, which is located in the largest city in the province of New Brunswick. Moncton offers over 70 of the 90+ programs that NBCC offers. St. John is our other large campus and has 2 locations. The main campus is located on Grandview Avenue, where the majority of programs available at the campus are offered, and all health programs are offered at the Allied Health Education Center, which is on the same campus as the University of New Brunswick in St. John, which is right next door to the St. John Regional Hospital. And if you continue down into the Bay of Fundy, you'll reach our St. Andrews campus. Since St. Andrews is a tourist destination, it only makes sense that we offer our hospitality and tourism programs here. In addition to the hospitality and tourism programs, some of the St. Andrews campus destinations include refrigeration, air conditioning technician, and marine diesel mechanics. NBCC also offers programming in Indigenous communities around the province exclusively for Indigenous learners. For example, we will be offering Practical Nurse in Toba First Nation that is set to begin in January of 2021. So near or far, there's a campus community that's made for you.
NBCC is well known for our trades programs. We've been offering trades for a long time and we do it very well. However, we do have a variety of other programs that you may not have realized. On this slide, we have listed our program areas, and each area has a number of programs offered within. For example, Electrical and Electronics Engineering Technology offers 3 programs within that program area. There are many programs to choose from, so be sure to visit our website and check out all the available options. We're also introducing the Social Service Community Worker Program in fall 2021. This new 2-year diploma program will replace the Human Services and Child and Youth Care programs. Graduates of this program will still be able to gain employment in the areas that the graduates of Human Services and Child and Youth Care program. However, this program will provide even more opportunities for employment in this field. The Social Service Community Worker Program will also have an exit after 1 year where students can graduate with their certificate, and it will be available at all 6 campuses.
So 2020 has forced us all to adapt and overcome, and NBCC has met the challenge head on by moving some of our in-person classes to an online virtual classroom. While things may look a little different, the outcome is still the same. Our students and instructors are using a learning management system called Brightspace. Within Brightspace, there are live classes held by instructors, and while you may not be physically in a classroom with them, you can be in it virtually and you can communicate with your instructors and classmates. Also, instructors use Brightspace to post assignments and handouts, along with other instructional materials. Quizzes, tests, and exams can also be done directly on Brightspace. So at NBCC, we are committed to providing an applied learning environment. Although we are delivering some of our courses online, we're also maintaining a hands-on approach for each, so all the while following public health guidelines surrounding the pandemic. As an example, this fall, our machinist students are spending 3 days a week at the campus, perfecting their hands-on skills and also to make sure that they are ready for the workforce. To maintain proper social distancing, many classes have been divided into 2 groups with one half in the shop or clinic or labs on a rotational schedule. So that way, all of our students get a chance at practicing their newly acquired skill set. All of our programs have adjusted to accommodate our students, in order for them to meet their course competencies?
We are able to ensure that we provide an applied learning environment by keeping our class sizes small. The average first-year class is 21 students, with some as small as 16. Small class sizes ensures our students acquire the skills they need. For example, our healthcare students are able to participate in their clinical rotations and have access to the equipment in labs on campus. The same would apply to our trade students using equipment in the shops. Maintaining small class sizes also ensures that we are not saturating the labor market, and as a result, our graduates have an opportunity to find meaningful employment in their field of study. And who better to teach you the hands-on skills that are involved in your field of study than industry experts themselves? At NBCC, we hire instructors who have worked in the field. Our nursing instructors are actual licensed practical nurses or registered nurses. Our business instructors have come to us from business. Featured in this slide is an instructor in our environmental technology program, Linwood Dunham. In his downtime, Linwood is the owner and project manager of his own environmental consulting agency. You can be assured that you are going to be learning from experts that are keeping current on industry standards.
You'll have the opportunity to give back while developing your leadership skills at NBCC. Through the award-winning Robertson Institute for Community Leadership, you'll complete a leadership course and volunteer in your community before graduation. Through these service activities, you'll develop the important skills employers value, such as teamwork, creative problem solving, and adaptability. We actively engage staff and students in applied research with the goal of enriching the learning experience for our students, as well as helping advance industries and communities and supporting economic development in the province. Using our expertise, equipment, and facilities, we help solve technical and business problems, take advantage of market opportunities, and develop new innovative technologies and processes that will enhance the way we live, work, and do business. For example, Longshore Fisheries in Nova Scotia wanted a competitive edge over other seafood processing companies in the Maritimes and wanted to develop new products that they would be able to sell in the grocery stores. The Culinary Arts program in St. Andrews created some menu items for the fishery, and then the Business Administration marketing students in St. John were brought on board to develop a marketing plan for the company. As a result, Longshore Fisheries is now able to set themselves apart from other fisheries and gain an edge in a competitive industry.
So maybe you're not really sure which career path you want to pursue. Well, we can help you with that. At NBCC, we have career counselors that offer free sessions that will help you figure out what career is best for you. And we also have an amazing tool on our website. It's called Career Coach, and it's based on New Brunswick labor market. And using this tool, you can search over 900 careers. After you answer a general interest questionnaire, it will recommend careers for you based on your interests. If that career matches with any programs at NBCC, it will make a program recommendation for you. You can also use this tool to build your own resume. So if you're uncertain which career path is best for you, we highly recommend you check out these resources.
Although NBCC is a community college, we attract a diverse student population. Last year, 20% of our student body was made up of international students. And while we have a large student population that is under the age of 21, the majority of our students are older than that, and they have come to us from all across Canada. NBCC is home to students from all walks of life, direct from high school to adults retraining for a second or third career. We're certain that you'll enjoy a culturally rich and diverse environment where you can develop great skills. Our Indigenous learners add to our diverse student population. We have Indigenous students from all Wolastoqey and Mi'kmaq communities across the province. NBCC promotes Indigenous student success by welcoming diversity and knowledge from surrounding First Nation communities and Indigenous teachers, including elders. So no matter which NBCC location you attend, we're certain you'll enjoy a community where you can develop invaluable skills that will contribute to the growth of your community. To support our Indigenous students, we have Indigenous student advisors on staff that are here to support self-identified Indigenous learners. The role of our dedicated Indigenous student advisors is to take care of our First Nation students by providing academic and cultural support services, such as Indigenous student gathering centers. These centers are gathering places for Indigenous students and are located centrally on campus. They are a valuable resource for the student population to learn about Indigenous people, culture, and lifeways. And these centers are safe, welcoming spaces for all NBCC students. For potential students, we have an Indigenous recruitment advisor on our team to support applicants who are looking for program information, campus information, or assistance with the application process.
The main focus at NBCC is the success of our students, and we understand that it doesn't always involve what's going on in the classroom. Each campus has a Student Success Center dedicated to assisting you throughout your post-secondary journey. Within the Student Success Center, there are a variety of professionals here to help you. Student service representatives can help you with financial questions, tuition payments, and direct you to additional resources if required. Other members of our student success team include our learning strategists who work with individuals that might require access to services such as tutoring or learning assistive technology. Our career and well-being counselors are available to provide personal counseling and career guidance. The Indigenous student advisors connect with self-identified Indigenous students to guide them to supports and resources that are available to them throughout their studies. As well, our library commons coordinators are available to provide access to educational resources. Rest assured, our student success team is here to support you during your time as a student at NBCC.
So the number one reason why people attend post-secondary is to obtain gainful employment in their field of study. So 1 year after students complete their studies at NBCC, the province of New Brunswick surveys our graduates to gather their employment information. The most recent survey results show that 89% of the 2018 grad class was employed within 1 year. And of those students that responded, 94% of them were able to find employment here in New Brunswick. Also, 85% of them were also employed in their field of study. So the numbers do speak for themselves, and if you're interested in a quality education that leads you to a career in our beautiful province of New Brunswick, NBCC is the place for you.
That statistic of 85% of NBCC grads employed in their field of study could actually be higher. However, many NBCC alumni choose to further their education through articulation agreements with various universities throughout not only Atlantic Canada, but the rest of Canada and the world. NBCC alumni are prepared to begin their career when they complete their studies at college, but many of those graduates will also have the option to further their studies if they'd like. NBCC has many pathway agreements that allow you to continue your educational journey by getting credit for what you've done at college towards a university degree. NBCC grads who choose this route are prepared for employment and have gained practical experience when they complete their degree and have saved themselves thousands of dollars. These are some of the schools that we have agreements with. For further details and a full list, please visit the admission section of our website.
As we mentioned previously, you can save a lot of money with an education at NBCC. As a government-funded public college, our tuition is subsidized by the government, hence making the cost of your education very affordable. Tuition for a regular full-time program is $3,380 per academic year. The fee to apply is $50. There is a technology and resource fee of $306, which includes a download of Microsoft Office and any other software required for your program. The cost of books, clothing, and equipment varies for each program. We have taken an average of all programs for this presentation. But if you would like to know more about your program-specific costs, that information can be found on the program information page for each program. Click on the link for domestic under tuition or fees. Each campus has a very active student council, and each student pays $110 to cover various costs associated with your studies, like grad gowns, IDs, lockers, activities, and events. If you do not currently have health and dental insurance, There is a mandatory fee of $265 that covers you for a 12-month period. If you do have coverage, you can opt out of our coverage at mystudentplan.ca. So roughly, the per year cost is approximately $6,000.
Through the NBCC Foundation and many generous donors, we're pleased to offer a number of opportunities for scholarships, bursaries, and awards to our students. Each year, bursaries and scholarships are available in varying amounts to students attending one of our 6 campuses in this province. If you're a current high school senior, please make sure you apply for the entrance scholarship through your guidance counselor. Applications must be submitted to them by May 27th. For a full list of awards, please visit the scholarships and bursary section of our website. There's also additional information on financial resources that may help offset the costs associated with coming to college, and it's posted on our website. Be sure to check these out.
Now that you have the information required to make a decision, applying at NBCC can be completed in 3 easy steps. First, visit our website at www.nbcc.ca and click I'm ready to apply. It's important to know that NBCC admits applicants on a first qualified, first accepted basis. Essentially, that means the earlier you apply, the better. We do not assess applications based on grades like many other institutions. Applications are date and time stamped and are considered in the order that they are received. We do recognize that transcripts may not reflect the NBCC course, the NB course codes and descriptions that NBCC refers to. This depends on where you graduated from and when. The College Admissions Service team will evaluate each application to ensure that the prerequisites have been completed. We often are asked to evaluate a transcript prior to an application being submitted. Unfortunately, we cannot predetermine if you are qualified for admissions. Our admissions agents must have a completed application to perform this assessment. So to apply, you need to complete the following steps. Step 1, complete your online application. You can pick 2 program choices. Your first choice should be the program and campus that you ultimately desire to go, and your second choice should be an alternate. Step 2, pay the $50 application fee online. You can use a Visa, MasterCard, or debit from the following institutions, which are TD, Scotiabank, BMO, or RBC. Step 3, contact your high school and post-secondary institutions to submit your final official transcripts to us directly at admissions@nbcc.ca. And grade 11 students, you are able to apply as early as April 1st, 2021.
So while you may not be able to meet, or while we might not be able to meet with you in person just yet, we do have some fantastic options for you to connect with a member of the recruitment team. So at this time, we can provide virtual advising, or we can chat with you over the phone. We also host some events, and some events that we host include our open house and college preview day. So in the spring, students that have been accepted into programs beginning in fall 2021, they're going to be invited to participate in College Preview Day. And it's a great opportunity to gather information to help you transition into your educational journey at NBCC. You'll meet instructors, staff, classmates, and have a chance to win some great prizes. Today's virtual open house is your first step in that journey, where you can explore the fantastic options that are available to you and obtain the knowledge in order to make an informed decision about your post-secondary future.
So if you're wondering who to reach out to for support as a domestic applicant, well, you've met the recruitment team right here. You can reach any one of us by emailing collegeworks@nbcc.ca. We'll be happy to help you gather the information that you need to decide if NBCC will be part of your post-secondary journey.
So from all of us on the recruitment team, thanks so much for joining us. And now we will answer any questions you may have asked in the chat.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Colin and I'm from the International Education Office here at New Brunswick Community College, also known as NBCC. So I'm here today to get you excited about the next step that you're about to take in life, post-secondary education. You're probably really excited about studying in another country, but also a little anxious about making the right decisions too. You have the world of possibilities ahead of you, and today I'll show you that studying in Canada at NBCC could be an ideal fit for you. We're a college who believes everyone has potential, that you can come from anywhere and create a better life, and that it's never too late to start a career or lead an industry, that barriers are meant to be broken and learning is best done by doing. It's important to us to create skilled workers for jobs right here in New Brunswick. And our goal is to bring out the extraordinary in everyone. NBCC offers over 90 programs in 15 different sectors. 1-year certificate programs, 2- and 3-year diploma programs, and even postgraduate programs for college and university grads. From applied arts to trades and everything in between, we're sure that there's something that's a great fit for you. As mentioned, there are many programs that we offer, and we encourage you to visit our website to review program descriptions, career possibilities, the duration, campus locations, and admission requirements for more. You can see our full-time programs at nbcc.ca/programs. Who better to teach you the hands-on skills that are involved in field of study than the instructors themselves that are experts from industry. At NBCC, we hire instructors who have worked in the field. Our civil engineering instructors are actual professional engineers or engineer technicians. Our business instructors come from businesses themselves. At NBCC, we ensure that we provide a hands-on learning environment that keeps our class sizes small. The average first-year class size is around 21 students, with some as small as 16. Small class sizes ensure our students to acquire the skills they need. For example, our healthcare students are able to participate in clinical rotations. The same would apply for our trades, students using equipment in the shops. Maintaining small class sizes ensures that we're not saturating the labor market, and as a result, our graduates have the opportunity to find meaningful employment in their field of study. So now I'll go over just a few numbers that really shows what it's like to be an NBCC student and what happens after graduation. So every year, thousands of students choose NBCC because they know it'll lead them to employment shortly after graduation. 89% of our 2018 graduates were employed within 1 year, many in their field. 94% of employed graduates were working in New Brunswick. 86% of our graduates were satisfied with their education, and over 90% of our programs include a workplace practicum. So you'll graduate with some hands-on experience under your belt and gain some insight into your future career. And sometimes it could lead to employment with your workplace practicum host. Now I want to talk a little bit more about our student population. NBCC students come from all walks of life and from all corners of the world. NBCC is home to over 800 international students from over 50 countries from across the world. Every year, more than 4,000 students choose NBCC for their post-secondary education. The approximate age of our student is around 25 years old. 39% of our students are below the age of 21, and if you believe it, our oldest student is 74 years old. So this just goes to show that an NBCC education is open for anyone, no matter what walk of life they come from. So post-secondary education is a big investment. The great news is that education is an investment that pays off because you're investing in yourself and your future. Tuition for full-time programs at NBCC for international students is $9,468 Canadian per year. So that's among the lowest in all of Canada. As well as we do have other items like application fees, technology and learning resources, books and materials, student union fees, health and dental insurance, all adding up to just under $13,000 Canadian for your tuition and fees. Also, with a smaller population in New Brunswick compared to other provinces in Canada, the warm and welcoming province comes with a lower cost of living as well. An estimated cost of living for a single international student is around $13,000 Canadian during the 10-month academic year. So if you combine the cost of living and the tuition, that's what you might pay for tuition, for just tuition at another institution. So that really goes to show that NBCC is a really affordable education option in Canada. So I know what you're thinking. NBCC sounds like an amazing option, but where is New Brunswick? Well, we're located on the east coast of Canada, neighboring our Atlantic provinces, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, and Labrador, as well as Quebec. New Brunswick is a hub to Atlantic provinces, so it's really central to a lot of the other provinces in the Maritimes as well. We also border the United States of America with the state of Maine. And across the beautiful province, NBCC is everywhere. With 6 campuses, a part of one college, you'll always feel at home no matter where you are. NBCC follows New Brunswick's lead by encouraging individuality and diversity amongst our students. While learning from trained professionals who help kickstart your career, you also meet new people while taking in the best the region has to offer. Excellent facilities, hands-on approach to learning, and real-life work experience are just a few reasons why NBCC is your destination of choice for post-secondary education. New Brunswick offers a distinct lifestyle. Beautiful natural scenery, friendly people, and a safe and secure environment, and an appreciation of the skills and experiences of newcomers. With our affordable lifestyle, universal government-funded healthcare, and easy access to Eastern Canada's urban centers, New Brunswick is fast becoming a destination of choice for international learners. From friendly communities to lively urban centers, from majestic shorelines to mountain trails, New Brunswick has it all. The province is home to awe-inspiring vistas, world-class theater, and a lively music scene and unique cultural experience. In New Brunswick, you can study minutes from oceans, lakes, rivers, and trails, as well as vibrant urban settings. With a total population of around 750,000 people, New Brunswick offers a warm and welcoming experience for international learners. There's also immigration opportunities as well. New Brunswick has unique opportunities for students to study and stay in New Brunswick after graduation. With programs like the Provincial Nominee Program and Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, there's a great option for you to consider if you're planning to study and stay in Canada after attending NBCC. We also have an immigration session for international students later in this afternoon if you would like to attend to get more information on that. In addition, NBCC, we have high employment stats, but we also have options for students to continue their education after graduation. NBCC believes in lifelong learning, and our numerous partnerships with universities in New Brunswick, Canada, and around the world make it easy for you to continue your education. NBCC has many pathway agreements that allow you to continue your educational journey by getting credit for what you've already done at college towards a university degree. Some of our agreements include a 2+2 or a 3+1. So that means if you do a 2-year diploma with NBCC, you could receive credit for up to 2 years at a university to achieve your degree. The main focus at NBCC is the success of our students, and we understand that doesn't always involve going into a classroom. Each campus has student success centers dedicated to assisting you throughout your post-secondary journey. With student success centers, within our student success centers, there's a variety of professionals that can help you. So our student service representatives can help you with your financial questions, tuition payments, and direct you to any other resources that you might require. Other members would include our learning strategists, who will work with individuals that might require access to services such as tutoring or learning or assistive technology. Our career and well-being counselors, who are available to provide personal counseling and career guidance, as well as our library common coordinators, are available to provide you with any educational resources that you might need for coursework or projects or anything like that. So the first step when considering applying to NBCC should always be selecting the program that is the right fit for you. An applicant may apply for up to 2 programs with their application. So the application for both programs will be processed. If the applicant is accepted into their preferred program, their application for the second program is automatically canceled. If the applicant is admitted into their second choice, they will have a one-time option to return to their preferred choice should a seat become available. International admissions to NBCC can be competitive, and as a result, program availability is subject to change throughout the year. Applicants should note the status of the available programs they're submitting to before they submit an application. So we suggest going to nbcc.ca/availability to see the current listing of programs that are available to international students. So once you've selected your program of interest, we highly suggest that you review the admission requirements for that program. The requirements for our programs would be a completion of a secondary school or high school diploma or equivalent, a grade 12 language in grammar or literature or higher level, and a grade 11 math course as well or a higher level. And depending on the program, you might be required to send any additional courses depending on the admission profile for that program. Again, you can see the admission profile on that program's page for additional information. So now that you've selected a program and you reviewed the admission requirements, you're ready to apply. And applying to NBCC is as easy as 1, 2, 3. So the first step is to complete and submit your application online at nbcc.ca/admissions. Your second step is to pay your application fee, and it is a non-refundable fee. And again, you can apply up to 2 programs under that 1 application fee. And third, submit your high school, college, or university transcripts and further documents that might be required from our admissions team. So visit nbcc.ca/apply for more information on the types of documents that we might require and what is accepted. So now that you've applied, what happens next? So I'll go over our admissions process. So we do qualify our students as first qualified, first accepted. So if you meet the program requirements and the program has an opening, you will be admitted. You'll also want to apply early to allow time for you, 1, to be able to get into the program, and 2, to make sure that you have time to apply for your study permit, as this may take some time. And note that an application must be a completed application package that will be time-stamped upon the receipt. So meaning that the last required piece or document received determines the final date stamp that gets put on your complete application. So a complete application package would include your application form, your application fee, an official high school transcript, other post-secondary transcripts, if applicable, and any other admission documents that might be required for your program. So it could be proof of language requirements, your portfolio, mature student applications, or other documents. And accepted students must confirm their seat by paying a non-refundable confirmation fee. So For our admissions process, we highly encourage our students to apply early for the best chance of getting a seat in the program of choice. And we also have our language requirements. So we want our students to be well positioned for success and be able to participate in all NBCC educational activities. Therefore, all international and permanent residence applicants to NBCC must demonstrate adequate academic English proficiency. So the following test can be submitted to NBCC for admission consideration. So we do accept IELTS, the academic test only, with a minimum score of 6.0 with no subject less than a 5.5. We also accept TOEFL with a minimum score of 80 with no subject less than 18. We accept Duolingo English test with a score of 100 out of 160. We accept CALE with a minimum score of 60. And as well, for a full list of our English language requirements, you can visit nbcc.ca/English. So you like the look of us so far, but you still have a few questions. There are a lot of ways that you can get in touch with us and see what NBCC is like. So as always, if you have any questions, you can visit our knowledge articles on our website at ask.nbcc.ca. There's lots of good resources in there of question and answers that come from students, and we answer those as well. If you need to get in touch with our college admission service, you can reach them by phone and email us at international@nbcc.ca. And as always, we strongly encourage, if you want to see what the student experience is like or get to know us a bit better, you can check us out on our social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube at MyNBCC. And now I'll open up the floor to any questions.
Hi, Colin. This is Lucas, and I'm just gonna bring some lab questions to you so you can answer them. The first question from Pri is, for international students, will the 500 Canadian dollar confirmation deposit be cut down from annual tuition fees?
Yep. So the $500 confirmation fee, once that is paid and you come as a student, that will be applied towards your full year tuition.
Great, thank you. And the next question from Javier. Hello, I have received an email about my application. Was it denied due to missing documents? How could I send the missing documents?
Great question. So any documents can be uploaded online, as well as if you're working with an educational partner, they could also send that online as well. As well as we're looking, sorry, I'm just going through my notes here. As well as the institution itself, they could also send a valid document as well. And any documents that are uploaded should be notarized as well.
Thank you. And then the next question we have from the audience is from Nichelle. Nichelle is asking, I already submitted all required documents last year. Do I still need to submit it again electronically since I deferred my study for fall 2021?
Yep. So if you deferred any applications or if you applied previously, all of your documents that you submitted will still be on file. So there's no need to resubmit your documents.
Thank you. And another question came up here is, our recruitment advisor or career counseling service be available for international students?
Yep, so these services are available for international students. And as always, we encourage students to visit our knowledge base at ask.nbcc.ca. as it does answer a lot of really good questions for students, as well as we have live recordings or upcoming webinars that you could sign up for as well, as we do cover a lot of topics for students.
Great, thank you. And we do have another question here from Kazakhstan and from Ali. Do I need my IELTS results before applying for a program, or can I send it later to be accepted without it?
Yep, so our admissions team will only need your English language requirements. If you're applying to a fall program, you only need to submit your English language requirements by July 15th. And for a fall program, or for a winter program start, I believe it's November 15th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lucas.
Yeah, that's correct. And we have another question here. It's saying, I have paid my confirmation deposit of $500 and met the IELTS requirement. And I want to ask, how long will it take for a final letter of acceptance, since it has you have submitted those required documents? So I will take this one. And so we encourage you to send us an email to international@nbcc.ca, and our admissions team will update your requirements and issue a letter of acceptance. If you still haven't received it, please feel to send an email just as a reminder, and our team will look into it right away. Okay, so we have a lot of a great question here, and another one here is asking, I deferred my application to fall 2021. Can I change my program if I want to see that I have not gotten acceptance letter for fall 2021 yet? So our recommendation is that the letter of acceptance will be starting going out next week for fall 2021 intake for international students. And we do not recommend you to submit any course change request at this moment, because if you have deferred your application and by changing your campus location choice or your program choice, that will become a new application, and it will interfere with your current application. So I would recommend you to wait patiently, and if you do get a acceptance letter to the program that you have selected, that's great. If you are being waitlisted for the program you have selected, you can send a request back to us later on. And there's one question is asking that does a small class means a small intake, or does each course have multiple classes with a small batch of students?
Yep, so each program does have a capacity. In some cases, there might be multiple cohorts of a program, but in most cases, the small batch doesn't mean that we're going to offer multiple small batches, but it is a hands-on approach, one, to make sure that we're meeting the labor market needs and we're not saturating the job market. But as well, we want to ensure that we're giving adequate time and resources to our students to make sure that they have a hands-on experience and with a quality education.
Thank you. And we have one question here is information technology programmer analyst program an online program? I'm not sure if Colin has missed the question and asked that I will take it from here while he's searching the information, that the IT programmer analyst program traditionally is delivered as a in-person program, and now it is delivered as a virtual delivery. And so if you are seeking for information regarding to the delivery method for this program for fall 2021 intake and or April 2021 intake, we would recommend you to go on to NBCC's website and look at the program detailed information, and it will give you a clear indication of how this program will be delivered for fall 2021 intake or April 2021 intake. Okay, there's many programs are coming up, and one of the questions here is how many semesters or months would a one-year program take to complete?
So our typical one-year programs run for about 10 months. So if you start in September, our classes will end in June. And we have a 3-semester program delivery. So a fall intake, a winter, and a spring, or fall semester, sorry. Fall semester, winter, and a spring semester.
Thank you. And I have a question from Aaron here asking, do I need to submit a proof of language if I have previously studied in the USA? I was in a program for 2 years and it was totally in English.
Yep, so if you visit our website, nbcc.ca/English, it will show that there's some options for students who have received English instruction. So for example, if the applicant's first language is not English, a minimum of 3 years of secondary education in English, or a minimum of 1 year successful completion of a recognized post-secondary institution in English. So if you can meet that with our admissions team, and you have the adequate proof of English as a medium instruction, we are able to waive English requirements.
Thank you. And we have 2 more minutes left, and we'll just take 2 more questions from the live audience. And this one is, the academic years are divided into 2 terms, fall to winter and spring to summer. Am I correct?
Lucas, do you mind taking that question?
Yeah, and so our academic year, if it starts from the fall, which is September, and class will run and until December. We deliver our courses in a 7 weeks on, 1 week off, 7 weeks on module. So starting from September, and you will have a 1 week as our student success week, which is currently this week right now, and have a 1 week off. Then you come back to class the following week and end your fall semester be right before mid of December. And then you come back in class beginning of January, and you will end your class close to around the mid of April for your spring term. And then if it's required that you will need to be back for another 2 months of study from May to June to complete your full academic year study. So compared to a university setting that we are operating on a 10-month academic year instead of just an 8-month academic year. And I believe this is I did promise we take another one more question. So the last question we're gonna take here is currently due to COVID closure, are there exceptions for IELTS? So yes, we do recognize Duolingo English test as one of our official English tests that you can take and submit to meet our English requirement. So if you are in a region that your IELTS test center has been closed due to COVID, that we encourage you to take the Duolingo English test, which is we recognize as one of our official language test submission. So that'll be all, and thank you today for all the live questions, and thank you, Colin, for your presentation and share those important information with our international students.
Thanks, everyone.
Morning again, everyone. Just kind of touching base, checking in here, saying again, thank you to everyone who has joined us. We have had hundreds and hundreds of great questions submitted this morning from prospective students from all over the world. Just a quick reminder that as the sessions are going on, the questions coming in through the Q&A, we'll do our best to respond to them publicly so everybody can see it. If the question you're submitting is not related to the current session going on, we'll do our best to get to it privately. But there are lots of questions coming in and we are doing our best to get the answers out as quickly as possible. So moving on to our next session this morning, and the next session is going to be an overview of all of the student services that are offered here at NBCC. So please sit back and enjoy. Thank you.
Hi, future students of NBCC. My name is Lexi Keese, and I'm the Provincial President for the Student Union. Today I'm here to talk about student life and what it's like getting involved during your college experience. I'll begin by talking about the Student Union. There's a Student Union located on each campus, and it's ran by a group of executives and a Student Life Officer. A Student Life Officer is an employee of the Student Union and helps facilitate meetings and everyday activities. The Student Union is a really great way to get involved with any events, fundraising, or any other day-to-day activities going on at the college. Another great way to get involved in the Student Union is by becoming a class rep. This gives you the opportunity to be involved and have a voice for your fellow classmates. The Student Union also does other things like intramural sports, and some campuses even have gym facilities. I'll let you in on a little secret. One campus even has a really cool rock wall. Although it can be great getting involved, sometimes you may find it stressful being a student and can get overwhelmed very easily. That's why it's great that NBCC offers counseling at each campus, and you can easily book by email or just going up to the office. They're great for helping with everyday stressors or just if you need someone to talk to. Along with having counselors, NBCC also offers learning strategists. Learning strategists are there to help you with any academic needs and if you need any changes to your learning environment. As well as all those other services, NBCC also offers health and dental, which makes it very easy to keep up with your health during the time you're a student. This is great for people that don't already have coverage. Becoming involved at NBCC is super important and it can help you enhance your college experience. These next couple years will be some of the best times of your life, and becoming involved can make them even more worthwhile. I wish you all good luck at your next couple years. If it's anything like my experience, it'll be absolutely amazing. See you later.
Hi, my name is Victoria Scott, and I'm a learning strategist here at NBCC. I'm part of a dedicated team that helps provide a wide variety of support and services to students to help them be successful. Here at NBCC, we are committed to providing an accessible learning environment to all of our students. We accommodate students with various learning disabilities, mental and/or physical barriers. Academic and service accommodations are considered for all students, and we do review these individually. If you have accessibility needs, or if you have received supports or accommodations in high school, or perhaps another post-secondary education institute, I strongly encourage you to reach out and contact us. You can get started by visiting our website at nbcc.ca, clicking on Student Services, and then Accessibility Services. Here you'll find a complete list of contacts by campus. Our student service team works diligently to help support students by developing individual accommodation and learning plans. We connect students to the right supports and services to help reduce barriers to learning. One of our most common accessibility services is testing. We can offer accommodations such as extra time, separate space, readers, scribes, and assistive technology to help with testing. Some of our other services include our peer tutoring program, learning circles, and our virtual online tutoring platform called TutorMe. This is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service that sees students matched with a tutor that meets their academic needs. It's an exciting service and we're happy to offer it. I'm really also excited to share with you about our pre-orientation onboarding program called Transitioning Life to College, or TLC. This is something that NBCC offers every year. It happens at the end of August prior to the start of classes, and it is open to all students. It's especially helpful to students that may be feeling a little bit overwhelmed or just wanting to be extra prepared to start their college career. You'll participate in immersive sessions about things like study strategies, test taking, time management, and organizational skills. It's also a good general orientation to your campus and to college life. I encourage you to visit our website to find out more information about this program and about all of the services that I've shared with you today. I'm very excited to welcome you to NBCC, and I can't wait to meet you. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Nikki Dedam, and I'm one of the Indigenous Student Advisors here at NBCC. Indigenous Student Advisors are here to support Indigenous students in their learning journey at NBCC and to assist in accessing the many supports and services that NBCC has to offer. Indigenous Student Advisors provide peer support and academic support, act as a liaison to Indigenous services at our 6 campuses, sponsorship and financial support, cultural support to students and as well as to staff, assist students with bursary or scholarship information and guidance. We facilitate events, activities throughout the year, such as elder visits, Indigenous teachings, and cultural sharing events. Each campus has an Indigenous gathering space. This is a safe and peaceful space to meet other students, to study, and to learn about the Indigenous culture and more. It is open to Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. Indigenous Student Advisors are part of the Student Success Center team while promoting Indigenous culture to all students and staff. Our goal is for our students to graduate and to have a wonderful learning experience here at NBCC. Whether educational or personal, we are here to help you. Our doors are always open, and we look forward to building a trusting and informative relationship with you during your learning experience here at NBCC. Walalan.
Hi, my name is Carol, and I'm the library coordinator for the Moncton campus. I wanted to show you the library's website today. The majority of our resources are available online. As a student, you'll have access to over 80 different databases of research articles and magazines, over 100,000 free ebooks, as well as video subscriptions. These are all available on our website, whether you're on campus or at home. To make all that information more manageable for our students, we've broken it down by providing recommendations for each program. You can view the resources we recommend by selecting your program here at the bottom of the page. You're welcome to explore our website at any time. You don't have to be an enrolled student to access the website. Whenever you have questions for finding or using our resources, you can get in touch with the library coordinator at your campus. There's an online form here on our homepage for you to use to get help via email. And once in-person classes resume, you can find us at your campus library. Thanks for watching, and we're looking forward to meeting you.
Hello, my name is Haley Fay, and I'm a Student Services Representative at the New Brunswick Community College. As you can see, I'm currently speaking to you from my home, but usually you can find me at the St. Ages campus. Today I'll be speaking briefly on the next steps, paying for college.
The reality is college is not free. This presentation is to help students understand what their financial options are and provide some tips that will help them if pursuing any of the options mentioned. To find a list of payment options on our website, from our homepage, go to Admissions and Finances, and then under Payments, click Payment Options. This will take you to the Payment Options page, and then click on Tuition and Fees. Students can pay online using Visa or MasterCard through their student self-service account. Students will need to activate their IT accounts to access this first. You can also pay online through online or telephone banking, just like you would a bill payment. As for our international students, we encourage you to use Pay My Tuition as a payment option. Because it can be challenging to find a financial institution to facilitate an international bank transfer, Pay My Tuition allows international students to easily pay tuition and mandatory fees from their home country and in their home currency. I will now speak briefly on a few different funding options. Sponsorship. Depending on eligibility, students may qualify for TSD, TES, Employer Sponsorship, or ASEX, which stands for Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy. It is important to be aware if you qualify for TSD and have also applied for a student loan that you may not receive your second disbursement of your student loan, so speak with your counselor. Also, be aware it is your responsibility to pay for SRC and tech fees in January. Attendance records for your TSD funding. It is students' responsibility to have instructors fill out the forms and then submit them to the counselors. Students who are being sponsored by a third-party agency must submit a completed Sponsored Student Financial Information form prior to the program course start. You can find this form on our website. It is important to know what your sponsor is paying and what you are responsible for. RESPs, Canada Saving Grants, and Canada Learning Bonds. Once accepted, you can request payments. You contact your RESP provider for more information. Student line of credit and personal bank loan is another option for some students. Scholarships and bursaries. We have hundreds of bursaries and scholarships through the NBCC Foundation, with hundreds and thousands of dollars in scholarships awarded each year. You can apply on nbcc.ca. Other scholarships and bursaries outside of NBCC are also available on our website. Government student loans. There are two sites I will be referring to. The first is federal, which is the National Student Loan Service Center, or NSLSC, and the website is canlearn.ca. And the second is the provincial, which is Student Financial Services, or SFS, and their website is studentaid.gmb.ca. For New Brunswick residents, it is one application to access both funding sources. This is not the same for all provinces. Students from out of province should go to canlearn.ca. You can then go to your provincial sites and from there find out what you need to do. New Brunswick residents can apply online at studentaid.gmb.ca. The 2020-2021 student loan application will be available in early June. It can take up to 4 to 6 weeks to process your initial application. And just a note that if you have applied for a program and are on a wait list, this sometimes can take up to 2 weeks after your program begins. You can still apply for a student loan now, so that if or when you are accepted, you will be financially prepared to start. The difference between loans versus grants and bursaries. A loan you pay back, and grants and bursaries are free. The government has implemented the Renewed Tuition Bursary Program. You will automatically be assessed for RBT eligibility when you apply for a New Brunswick student loan. The RTB program is to ensure that a portion of tuition is a non-repayable provincial bursary, designed to make post-secondary more accessible through the provision of increased upfront financial assistance. The goal of costs are covered for qualifying students. FAQs for qualification is on the studentaid.gmb.ca website.
And if you don't need it all, don't spend it all. Financial matter facts. Follow up. Never assume no news is good news. Always check canlearn.ca for confirmation of status. If status is unclear, then it's a good idea to contact Student Financial Services about a week after applying to ensure they have your application. Do another follow-up around the 3-week mark to see if they have started assessing and if there are any concerns with what you have submitted. If you have not received your notice of assessment around the 5-week mark, contact Student Loan to verify status. Ask questions from the right sources. If it is a student loan question, talk to Student Loans and use their websites. There's lots of great information on there. Always start with the provincial office first, unless it has to do with repayments. And communicate with your funding agency as well as NBCC. We need to know what's going on, so talk to us. And take ownership. You do your part, and we will do everything we can to help you. Part of taking ownership is to read everything and following instructions, especially paperwork that has to do with your finances. So save everything. Keep your papers together. This should help. This brings us to the end of the presentation. If you have any financial questions, you can contact us by email. The email address is financials@nbcc.ca. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to getting to know you as you begin your journey with us at NBCC.
Hello, everyone. So thank you so much to our student services team for an awesome presentation. As mentioned in one of the previous posts, we do have members of our student services team here live to answer any questions over the next 13 minutes or so, because we will be taking a break at noontime. So if anyone has any questions related to the student services presentation that we just saw, please feel free to submit them in the Q&A. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Well, that was an awesome morning. We're really thrilled with the turnout, and the amount of questions and interaction that have rolled in have been terrific. Just a reminder that these sessions will all be recorded and available for you to view at a later date. So at lunchtime here, in about 4 minutes, our panelists will mostly be taking a break for their lunch, and we'll be back with our Discover NBCC session at 1 p.m. So again, thank you all so much for your participation this morning. We look forward to continuing this event this afternoon. Again, remember to visit our landing page for a listing of all of our academic program videos. They're all there for you to explore, and we will have live academic Q&A sessions tonight at 6:15 p.m. So thank you all very much, and we'll look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Hope everyone got a nice little break over their lunch hour. So welcome back to an exciting afternoon of presentations here at NBCC's first ever virtual open house. We have a Discover NBCC session coming up next with our recruitment advisors. Then we have an international student session with a focus on immigration coming up from our international education team. And then we have a question and answer session with some current, NBCC students. So we're really excited to get the afternoon kicked off. We've had some great questions and some great interactions already today, and we're looking forward to keeping that going into the afternoon. Just a reminder that we're doing our best to get to all the questions that we can. If your question is related to the topic that's being covered in the session, we'll try and make it public so everyone can see. And if not, we'll message you privately with an answer. So to kick things off this afternoon, let's get going with our Discover NBCC session. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to our first ever virtual open house. My name is Angie Gooden, and I'm the recruitment advisor at the Woodstock campus. I'm joined today by my colleagues on the recruitment team, and I'm going to ask each one of them to introduce themselves now.
My name's Katie Augustine, and I'm the Indigenous Recruitment Advisor for all campuses.
My name is Catherine Elaine, and I'm the recruitment advisor at the Fredericton campus.
I'm Annie Martin, recruitment advisor at the Miramichi campus.
I'm Amanda Pangborn, recruitment advisor at the St. John campus.
I'm Colby Flanagan, the recruitment advisor for the Moncton campus.
So we're the team that can help you with your journey to becoming an NBCC student. And while we're located at specific campuses, any one of us can help you with questions you may have about a program at any one of our campuses. During this presentation, you're going to receive an overview of programs that we offer at all 6 campuses. You're going to get some general information on NBCC, the services we provide, and we're going to tell you how to apply. NBCC is a learner-centered college, and we offer over 90 full-time regular programs. In addition, we also have several specialized programs, and we have a wide variety of part-time courses. If you have any questions throughout the presentation, feel free to put them in the chat, and we'll answer them as soon as possible. We're also going to take some time at the end of the presentation to answer your questions.
NBCC is one college with 6 campuses around our campus. All NBCC campuses are located on Mi'kmaq, Lustig, and Passamaquoddy homelands. Since 1726, this land has been subject to treaties that are still in effect today. We are grateful to learn together on this land and do so guided by the original spirit of these treaties. Fredericton is our newest and smallest campus, co-located with the University of New Brunswick and St. Thomas University. And while it does not offer any trades programs, it does have 12 full-time programs in various other areas. Woodstock is just an hour up the highway, and if you're looking to take a trade, they have lots to offer, including bricklaying, which is only offered in Woodstock. This campus offers programs in business, health, and social sciences as well. Crossing over to the northernmost campus in the province, about 3 hours away from Woodstock, is Miramichi. This campus is the only one to offer animation and graphics and environmental technology and has 2 locations. Heavy equipment service technician is offered off-site from the main campus at the Forest Training Center. If you drive south from Miramichi in an hour and a half, you will find the Moncton campus, which is located in the largest city in the province of New Brunswick. Moncton offers over 70 of the 90+ programs that NBCC offers. St. John is our other large campus and has 2 locations. The main campus is located on Grandview Avenue, where the majority of programs available at the campus are offered, and all health programs are offered at the Allied Health Education Center, which is on the same campus as the University of New Brunswick in St. John, which is right next door to the St. John Regional Hospital. And if you continue down into the Bay of Fundy, you'll reach our St. Andrews campus. Since St. Andrews is a tourist destination, it only makes sense that we offer our hospitality and tourism programs here. In addition to the hospitality and tourism programs, some of the St. Andrews campus destinations include refrigeration, air conditioning technician, and marine diesel mechanics. NBCC also offers programming in Indigenous communities around the province, exclusively for Indigenous learners. For example, we will be offering Practical Nurse in Toba First Nation that is set to begin in January of 2021. So near or far, there's a campus community that's made for you.
NBCC is well known for our trades programs. We've been offering trades for a long time and we do it very well. However, we do a variety of other programs that you may not have realized. On this slide, we have listed our program areas, and each area has a number of programs offered within. For example, Electrical and Electronics Engineering Technology offers 3 programs within that program area. There are many programs to choose from, so be sure to visit our website and check out all the available options. We're also introducing the Social Service Community Worker Program in fall 2021. This new 2-year diploma program will replace the Human Services and Child and Youth Care programs. Graduates of this program will still be able to gain employment in the areas that the graduates of Human Services and Child and Youth Care program. However, this program will provide even more opportunities for employment in this field. The Social Service Community Worker program will also have an exit after 1 year where students can graduate with their certificate, and it will be available at all 6 campuses.
So 2020 has forced us all to adapt and overcome, and NBCC has met the challenge head on by moving some of our in-person classes to an online virtual classroom. While things may look a little different, the outcome is still the same. Our students and instructors are using a learning management system called Brightspace. Within Brightspace, there are live classes held by instructors, and while you may not be physically in a classroom with them, you can be in it virtually and you can communicate with your instructors and classmates. Also, instructors use Brightspace to post assignments and handouts along with other instructional materials. Quizzes, tests, and exams can also be done directly on Brightspace. So at NBCC, we are committed to providing an applied learning environment. Although we are delivering some of our courses online, we're also maintaining a hands-on approach for each, so all the while following public health guidelines surrounding the pandemic. As an example, this fall, our machinist students are spending 3 days a week at the campus, perfecting their hands-on skills and also to make sure that they are ready for the workforce. To maintain proper social distancing, many classes have been divided into 2 groups with one half in the shop or clinic or labs on a rotational schedule. So that way, all of our students get a chance at practicing their newly acquired skill set. All of our programs have adjusted to accommodate our students in order for them to meet their course competencies.
We are able to ensure that we provide an applied learning environment by keeping our class sizes small. The average first-year class is 21 students, with some as small as 16. Small class sizes ensures our students acquire the skills they need. For example, our healthcare students are able to participate in their clinical rotations and have access to the equipment in labs on campus. The same would apply to our trade students using equipment in the shops. Maintaining small class sizes also ensures that we are not saturating the labor market, and as a result, our graduates have an opportunity to find meaningful employment in their field of study. And who better to teach you the hands-on skills that are involved in your field of study than industry experts themselves? At NBCC, we hire instructors who have worked in the field. Our nursing instructors are actual licensed practical nurses or registered nurses. Our business instructors have come to us from business. Featured in this slide is an instructor in our environmental technology program, Linwood Dunham. In his downtime, Linwood is the owner and project manager of his own environmental consulting agency. You can be assured that you are going to be learning from experts that are keeping current on industry standards.
You'll have the opportunity to give back while developing your leadership skills at NBCC. Through the award-winning Robertson Institute for Community Leadership, you'll complete a leadership course and volunteer in your community before graduation. Through these service activities, you'll develop the important skills employers value, such as teamwork, creative problem solving, and adaptability. We actively engage staff and students in applied research with the goal of enriching the learning experience for our students, as well as helping advance industries and communities and supporting economic development in the province. Using our expertise, equipment, and facilities, We help solve technical and business problems, take advantage of market opportunities, and develop new innovative technologies and processes that will enhance the way we live, work, and do business. For example, Longshore Fisheries in Nova Scotia wanted a competitive edge over other seafood processing companies in the Maritimes and wanted to develop new products that they would be able to sell in the grocery stores. The Culinary Arts program in St. Andrews created some menu items for the fishery, and then the Business Administration marketing students in St. John were brought on board to develop a marketing plan for the company. As a result, Longshore Fisheries is now able to set themselves apart from other fisheries and gain an edge in a competitive industry.
So maybe you're not really sure which career path you want to pursue. Well, we can help you with that. At NBCC, we have career counselors that offer free sessions that will help you figure out what career is best for you. And we also have an amazing tool on our website. It's called Career Coach, and it's based on New Brunswick labor market. And using this tool, you can search over 900 careers. After you answer a general interest questionnaire, it will recommend careers for you based on your interests. If that career matches with any programs at NBCC, it will make a program recommendation for you. You can also use this tool to build your own resume. So if you're uncertain which career path is best for you, we highly recommend you check out these resources.
Although NBCC is a community college, we attract a diverse student population. Last year, 20% of our student body was made up of international students. And while we have a large student population that is under the age of 21, the majority of our students are older than that, and they have come to us from all across Canada. NBCC is home to students from all walks of life, direct from high school to adults retraining for a second or third career. We're certain that you'll enjoy a culturally rich and diverse environment where you can develop great skills. Our Indigenous learners add to our diverse student population. We have Indigenous students from all Wolastoqey and Mi'kmaq communities across the province. NBCC promotes Indigenous student success by welcoming diversity and knowledge from surrounding First Nation communities and Indigenous teachers, including elders. So no matter which NBCC location you attend, we're certain you'll enjoy a community where you can develop invaluable skills that will contribute to the growth of your community. To support our Indigenous students, we have Indigenous student advisors on staff that are here to support self-identified Indigenous learners. The role of our dedicated Indigenous student advisors is to take care of our First Nation students by providing academic and cultural support services, such as Indigenous student gathering centers. These centers are gathering places for Indigenous students and are located centrally on campus. They are a valuable resource for the student population to learn about Indigenous people, culture, and lifeways. And these centers are safe, welcoming spaces for all NBCC students. For potential students, we have an Indigenous recruitment advisor on our team to support applicants who are looking for program information, campus information, or assistance with the application process.
The main focus at NBCC is the success of our students, and we understand that it doesn't always involve what's going on in the classroom. Each campus has a Student Success Center dedicated to assisting you throughout your post-secondary journey. Within the Student Success Center, there are a variety of professionals here to help you. Student service representatives can help you with financial questions, tuition payments, and direct you to additional resources if required. Other members of our student success team include our learning strategists who work with individuals that might require access to services such as tutoring or learning assistive technology. Our career and well-being counselors are available to provide personal counseling and career guidance. The Indigenous student advisors connect with self-identified Indigenous students to guide them to supports and resources that are available to them throughout their studies. As well, our library commons coordinators are available to provide access to educational resources. Rest assured, our student success team is here to support you during your time as a student at NBCC.
So the number one reason why people attend post-secondary is to obtain gainful employment in their field of study. So 1 year after students complete their studies at NBCC, the province of New Brunswick surveys our graduates to gather their employment information. The most recent survey results show that 89% of the 2018 grad class was employed within 1 year. And of those students that responded, 94% of them were able to find employment here in New Brunswick. Also, 85% of them were also employed in their field of study. So the numbers do speak for themselves, and if you're interested in a quality education that leads you to a career in our beautiful province of New Brunswick, NBCC is the place for you.
That statistic of 85% of NBCC grads employed in their field of study could actually be higher. However, many NBCC alumni choose to further their education through articulation agreements with various universities throughout not only Atlantic Canada, but the rest of Canada and the world. NBCC alumni are prepared to begin their career when they complete their studies at college, but many of those graduates will also have the option to further their studies if they'd like. NBCC has many pathway agreements that allow you to continue your educational journey by getting credit for what you've done at college towards a university degree. NBCC grads who choose this route are prepared for employment and have gained practical experience when they complete their degree and have saved themselves thousands of dollars. These are some of the schools that we have agreements with. For further details and a full list, please visit the admission section of our website.
As we mentioned previously, you can save a lot of money with an education at NBCC. As a government-funded public college, our tuition is subsidized by the government, hence making the cost of your education very affordable. Tuition for a regular full-time program is $3,380 per academic year. The fee to apply is $50. There is a technology and resource fee of $306, which includes a download of Microsoft Office and any other software required for your program. The cost of books, clothing, and equipment varies for each program. We have taken an average of all programs for this presentation. But if you would like to know more about your program-specific costs, that information can be found on the program information page for each program. Click on the link for domestic under tuition or fees. Each campus has a very active student council, and each student pays $110 to cover various costs associated with your studies, like grad gowns, IDs, lockers, activities, and events. If you do not currently have health and dental insurance, there is a mandatory fee of $265 that covers you for a 12-month period. If you do have coverage, you can opt out of our coverage at mystudentplan.ca. So roughly, the per year cost is approximately $6,000.
Through the NBCC Foundation and many generous donors, we're pleased to offer a number of opportunities for scholarships, bursaries, and awards to our students. Each year, bursaries and scholarships are available in varying amounts to students attending one of our 6 campuses in this province. If you're a current high school senior, please make sure you apply for the entrance scholarship through your guidance counselor. Applications must be submitted to them by May 27th. For a full list of awards, please visit the scholarships and bursary section of our website. There's also additional information on financial resources that may help offset the costs associated with coming to college, and it's posted on our website. Be sure to check these out.
Now that you have the information required to make your decision, applying at NBCC can be completed in 3 easy steps. First, visit our website at www.nbcc.ca and click I'm ready to apply. It's important to know that NBCC admits applicants on a first qualified, first accepted basis. Essentially, that means the earlier you apply, the better. We do not assess applications based on grades like many other institutions. Applications are date and time stamped and are considered in the order that they are received. We do recognize that transcripts may not reflect the NBCC course, the NB course codes and descriptions that NBCC refers to. This depends on where you graduated from and when. The College Admissions Service team will evaluate each application to ensure that the prerequisites have been completed. We often are asked to evaluate a transcript prior to an application being submitted. Unfortunately, we cannot predetermine if you are qualified for admissions. Our admissions agents must have a completed application to perform this assessment. So to apply, you need to complete the following steps. Step 1, complete your online application. You can pick 2 program choices. Your first choice should be the program and campus that you ultimately desire to go, and your second choice should be an alternate. Step 2, pay the $50 application fee online. You can use a Visa, MasterCard, or debit from the following institutions, which are TD, Scotiabank, BMO, or RBC. Step 3, contact your high school and post-secondary institutions to submit your final official transcripts to us directly at admissions@nbcc.ca. And grade 11 students, you are able to apply as early as April 1st, 2021.
So while you may not be able to meet, or while we might not be able to meet with you in person just yet, we do have some fantastic options for you to connect with a member of the recruitment team. So at this time, we can provide virtual advising, or we can chat with you over the phone. We also host some events, and some events that we host include our open house and college preview day. So in the spring, students that have been accepted into the programs beginning in fall 2021, they're going to be invited to participate in College Preview Day. And it's a great opportunity to gather information to help you transition into your educational journey at NBCC. You'll meet instructors, staff, classmates, and have a chance to win some great prizes. Today's virtual open house is your first step in that journey, where you can explore the fantastic options that are available to you and obtain the knowledge in order to make an informed decision about your post-secondary future.
So if you're wondering who to reach out to for support as a domestic applicant, well, you've met the recruitment team right here. You can reach any one of us by emailing collegeworks@nbcc.ca. We'll be happy to help you gather the information that you need to decide if NBCC will be part of your post-secondary journey.
So from all of us on the recruitment team, thanks so much for joining us. And now we will answer any questions you may have asked in the chat.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today and that you've been enjoying the sessions so far. I know they've been really informative and really useful. And I'd like to thank you for joining me for our immigration overview session. So who am I? My name is Kathleen Cobb, and I'm NBCC's International Immigration Advisor, and I'm also designated as a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. So that means that I'm able to provide immigration advice to both prospective students and our current NBCC students. So my role at NBCC is to support you while you're making preparations to come to Canada, to help and support you during your time studying at NBCC, and even after you graduate as you make plans to continue working in Canada, or maybe even to stay permanently. So as I go through this presentation, please feel free to type in your questions, and our terrific moderators will be sending you links in reference to the immigration questions and resources. And then finally, at the end of the presentation, I'll pop on the screen and I'll be able to answer a few of your questions live as well. And as a reminder, if you didn't see it earlier today, we will be hosting a follow-up webinar on Tuesday of next week to address any questions that we don't cover in today's session. So please look for a link in the question and answer field that our moderators will post shortly. And my goal for the session today is to give you a brief overview of some of the important aspects of the Canadian immigration system that you should know when studying in Canada, and also to give you a peek into some options for Canadian permanent residency in case that is something that you're interested in exploring. So when you begin studying in Canada, you'll need a study permit, and you'll apply for that and you'll become very familiar with an organization called Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, or IRCC for short. And IRCC has a really easy website to remember if you want to do a little bit more research, and that's www.canada.ca. So you'll need to apply for your study permit, as it is a very important document that is a requirement to complete a program of study at NBCC and to remain in Canada for the entirety of your program. But you can only apply for a study permit after you have received your letter of acceptance from NBCC, as of course that's an important element of your application. With that in mind, you should be applying for your study permit as soon as you do receive your letter of acceptance, as the application process can take some time. You can apply online or on paper from your home country, or actually wherever you're living in the world at that time. And the other documents that you need to include will be different for each individual student, as it depends on your individual circumstances. However, some items that everyone has to provide are proof of funds to support yourself while you're living in Canada, a completed IRCC application form, a letter of acceptance from NBCC, photocopies of your passport, your application fees, and biometrics, which are your fingerprints and a photo of yourself. I know that this seems like a lot of information and might feel overwhelming to you, and I don't want you to worry. NBCC International and the entire NBCC team is here to help you through this process and get you to Canada so you can study with us. We hold many webinars through the year to guide you and to answer your questions, and we're also available by phone and email to help you through the process. Now, a question that I get from a lot of NBCC students when they're planning to come to Canada is, can I bring my family? When you apply for your initial study permit, you can also include your spouse and your children on your application. Spouses are eligible for an open work permit for the same time period that your study permit is issued for. This means that your spouse can join you in Canada and can obtain full-time employment while you're studying. And the really nice thing about this open work permit is that it's not tied to a field of work. It's not tied to a field of work or an employer or a location, and you don't actually even need a work permit or a work a job before you apply for it. You can arrive to Canada and start your job search then. And if you have children that you'd like to bring with you to Canada, they're able to receive study permits to go to grade school here in New Brunswick while you're completing your studies. The second question that I get asked quite a bit is whether you're able to work while you're studying. And the answer in short is yes. When your study permit is issued at the Canadian border, it will have a statement on it that says that you can work while you're completing your studies. And this means that you can get a part-time job during the term, so you're able to make a little bit of extra money to support yourself and start to gain some more Canadian work experience to complement your studies. In addition, during any scheduled breaks from your program, so for example, a break in December or the Student Success Week, which we are in currently, you're eligible to work full-time. So there's a little bit of more work eligibility when you aren't supposed to be completing your studies. And this type of work eligibility is arranged by the Canadian government in such a way to recognize that, first of all, your primary goal in Canada is to complete your studies, but they also recognize that you need to be able to support yourself and to gain work experience and begin creating a network in Canada, especially if you're planning to stay afterwards. And then another real benefit at NBCC is that 90% of our programs have work integrated learning components. And this means that a requirement of completing your program of study is getting hands-on practical work experience. This is a great opportunity to get work experience in your field that you can then use to secure a job after graduation. Now, for this specific type of work for international students, you will require a separate document, and that's called a co-op work permit. But again, NBCC International is here to help you sort out exactly which immigration documents you'll need well in advance of when you're actually traveling to Canada. So I've been looking through the questions that you've all been posting throughout the day, and there have been a lot of questions about the post-graduation work permit. So I'm going to do an overview here, but please feel free to type in more questions if you want clarity about a specific program or anything like that. So once you've completed a program of study at a Canadian institution like NBCC, you're then eligible for the post-graduation work permit, as long as that program of study was over 8 months, which almost all of NBCC's programs are. The post-graduation work permit The post-graduation work permit is a unique program that actually very few countries in the world offer to their international students. It allows you to join the Canadian workforce immediately after graduating, and the Canadian government sort of sees it as a thank you to you for choosing to study in Canada. So depending on how long your program of study at NBCC was, you could be eligible for a 1-year work permit or up to a 3-year work permit. If your program is less than 2 years long, then a post-graduation work permit would be issued for the length of time that you studied for. So for example, a 1-year program will receive a 1-year post-graduation work permit. If your program is 2 years or more, then you will receive a 3-year post-graduation work permit. So it gets a little bit longer at that point. Often, students will combine 2 1-year programs at NBCC to be eligible for a 3-year post-grad work permit. So that is an option too. Now, as I mentioned before, the post-grad work permit is an open work permit, and that means that it's not tied to an employer, to a city, or a field of work. So, and it's actually, you don't even need a job when you apply for the post-graduation work permit. So you can finish your program of study at NBCC, apply for the post-grad work permit, and then start your job search to get a position in your field. And many, many students use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain Canadian work experience to then apply for permanent residency in Canada. So international students have the education, the skills, and the experience that Canada is looking for. The Canadian government really believes that international students are an asset to Canada, and because you've already lived here for 1 or 2 or 3 years, you're able to better integrate into your community because you've already created a network, as opposed to someone who's coming directly to Canada and has never been here before. So the government has made it comparatively easier to obtain permanent residency if you've completed your studies in Canada. So what is a permanent resident? It's someone who's been given permanent resident status by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, but is not yet a Canadian citizen. So as a permanent resident, you have the right to get most social benefits that Canadian citizens receive, and that includes healthcare coverage. You can live, work, or study anywhere in Canada without any additional documents. You can apply for Canadian citizenship, and you have protection under Canadian law. So there are several different pathways to permanent residency in Canada, and depending on your background, it is possible that you could be eligible for Canadian permanent residency right now, because some individuals will immigrate to Canada based on family connections or humanitarian reasons, such as refugees. However, the permanent residency stream that is most common for international students, and actually the most popular stream in general, is referred to as economic immigration. And economic immigration means it's based on the skills that you have, either gained from working and studying in Canada, or perhaps from work experience in another country. And it recognizes that those skills will have a positive impact on the Canadian economy. So economic immigration in Canada is split into 2 different categories. There are federal programs, which means they are run by the Canadian government, and provincial programs, which are run by the provinces, so in our case, New Brunswick. The east coast of Canada is referred to as the Atlantic provinces, and Canada, and in particular the Atlantic provinces, are looking for trained, hardworking immigrants to move here permanently, and these immigration programs are designed to make this a reality. For the federal programs, you will often see the term express entry, and that's an application pool which manages 3 different immigration programs. There's the skilled workers and skilled trades programs. That's 2 separate programs. And they're based on work experience from outside of Canada or inside of Canada. And the 3rd program is the Canadian Experience class, which is a really, really popular immigration stream for international students because it's based on 1 year of work experience gained in Canada. And often students are gaining that work experience on the post-graduation work permit. As I mentioned, the Atlantic provinces are really looking for ways to attract immigrants to the beautiful east coast of Canada. And so they created the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program in collaboration with the federal government. And that program has 1 stream specifically for international graduates from a program of study in the Atlantic provinces, and 2 other streams that are based on having a job offer here in Atlantic Canada. Within the provincial programs, there's the Provincial Nominee Program, which again is issued in collaboration with the federal government. And they design the provincial nominee programs based on what the province needs at any given time. So this includes opportunities for individuals that have studied in New Brunswick, and also for those who have applicable work experience and a valid job offer in the Atlantic provinces. Again, I know this is a lot of information to take in, and there's lots of information online for you to read through as well. But while you're studying at NBCC, we do host regular information sessions through the year on permanent residency specifically, because we know that it tends to be a priority for a lot of our international students. And with that in mind, we actually bring in representatives from Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada and from the province of New Brunswick to speak to pathways to permanent residency. So you have an opportunity to ask questions directly to representatives from those government organizations about how you can become a Canadian permanent resident if that's something that you're interested in pursuing. And with that in mind, I just wanted to share with you some stories about some international student alumni that did go on to become permanent residents and stay in New Brunswick. So we have Faye Alara here, who graduated in 2015 from the Culinary Arts Management program. Faye was an international student from Nigeria, and after she graduated from NBCC, she applied for her post-graduation work permit and started working at a hotel in New Brunswick and continued her schooling through the apprenticeship program to attain a Red Seal designation. She was able to bring her family to Canada after she graduated, and actually her son went on to attend NBCC. Keisha Peters graduated in 2017 from our Information Technology Business Analysis program, and she was an international student from Jamaica. And something that she always mentions is that when she looks out at a new class every term, she knows that half of her students aren't only getting used to a new college program, they're adjusting to life in a new country. So Keisha has been there. She went through the entire process to then remain in Canada, so she can really relate to our international students on that regard. And finally, we have Vlad and Anastasia, who graduated in 2017. Vlad took our Business Administration Marketing 2-year program, and Anastasia took the IT Business Analysis program, which is 1 year. They both came from the Ukraine, but actually they met here on campus at an international student meeting. And given their backgrounds of work and education from the Ukraine and their NBCC diploma, they applied for their post-graduation work permit and received employment at major high-tech firms in Fredericton. Based on that work experience, they were able to apply for their permanent residency through the Canadian Experience class, and are now permanent residents here in New Brunswick. And since deciding to move here and stay here permanently, they've gotten married and they have purchased a home in Fredericton. So I'm glad to share those stories with you because it really gives you an idea that international alumni want to stay in New Brunswick. They have wonderful experiences depending on whichever campus they choose to attend. And we're supporting them from an immigration perspective in every way that we're able. So with that in mind, I'm going to pop back onto the screen and answer some of your questions live.
Thank you, Kathleen, and for a great informative session on immigration. And I have collected quite a few questions here. The first one is, I have a master's degree in electrical engineering from India. The student is wondering that if the study permit will be cancelled just because that he has a master's degree and want to apply for a diploma.
Okay, great question. No, so whenever you're applying for a study permit, what immigration officers want to know is that you're genuinely planning to come to Canada to complete your studies. So one of the documents that you will include is a letter of explanation as to why you're choosing to pursue your studies in Canada. Of course, it makes sense if you have different levels of education from your home country to still be coming to Canada to do education here. You just have to lay that out for an immigration officer and explain how the NBCC program would help you reach your further career goals.
Thank you. And the second question is regarding to when to apply for a study permit. Is it true that I can apply for a study permit in Canada only 6 months before my intake? For instance, if my intake is September 2021, I can apply for a study permit only in March. Is that right?
So I think in that question, Lucas, you mentioned that the applicant is in Canada.
In Canada, that's correct.
Okay. Well, there's two things. You can apply for your study permit as soon as you have your letter of acceptance from NBCC. There's no timeline on how early you need to apply for it. However, if you're applying from inside Canada, not everyone is eligible to submit their study permit application inside Canada. So if that is your circumstance and you're here and you want to attend next fall, I would recommend that you email international@nbcc.ca just to confirm that you are eligible to apply for your study permit inside Canada. And if you are, as soon as you receive your letter of acceptance, you can submit that application. You don't have to wait until March.
Great, thank you. And the next question is, what if you complete a 18-month program? How long will you be granted for the post-graduation work permit?
That's a very good question, and I know a lot of students look for clarity on that because there's a difference between 18 months or a 2-year program. That depends how it's stated in your program description. So anything under 2 years, your post-graduation work permit will be issued for the length of studies. So say you had a 16-month program, you will get a 16-month post-graduation work permit. But if an 18-month program is described on NBCC's website as a 2-year program, you should receive a 2-year, if it's described as a 2-year program on NBCC's website, you should receive actually a 3-year post-graduation work permit.
Thank you. And the next one is, if I get a post-graduation work permit and my wife study at NBCC after me and try to apply for post-graduation work permit too, can she get it?
Yes, so those would be 2 separate immigration applications. And as long as someone has completed an eligible program of study at a Canadian institution, they're eligible for the post-graduation work permit. So it's not that you can only have 1 per family, it's 1 per individual.
Great, thank you. And the next question is a simple one. Is co-op work same as a practicum?
Yes, so that's a really, really good question, and there are a lot of different words that NBCC uses and that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada use for the same type of work. So any type of work integrated learning component to your program, which might be called a practicum or an internship or a co-op program at NBCC, would require a co-op work permit from Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada.
Great. And the next one is, if the program is delivered as a blended delivery, is it still eligible for post-graduation work permit?
Okay, that's a really good question, and that ties back to decisions that NBCC has had to make related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada has made in reaction to those decisions. So currently, if a program has been transitioned to blended delivery for the fall semester, for the winter term, it still is eligible for the post-graduation work permit as long as you've submitted your study permit application before you start your program. Past winter 2021, they have not made any decisions. IRCC has not made any decisions as to what temporary policy measures will be in effect at that time. So once you receive your letter of acceptance from NBCC, we are in communication with you as soon as there are updates from IRCC to that effect. So we'll write to you and say, this is the change that has been made. We're holding a webinar to answer your questions about it next week, and we'll give you your scenarios for the spring 2021 semester or the fall 2021 term. So once you receive your letter of acceptance and once we get closer to those terms, we'll be providing you any information that we get from IRCC as we get it.
Thank you so much. And the next one is there any advantage for students if they have a relative in Canada?
In applying for permanent residency, there could be an advantage. So all of the permanent residency programs are based on point scales, and you get points for your language abilities, for your work experience. And one of the other sections that you can get points for is how likely it will be that you'll be able to easily integrate into life in Canada. And you do get a small number of points if you have a sibling or an immediate family member that currently lives in Canada.
And the next one is, will IRCC reject study permit if I show my interest for PR?
That's a really good question, and I'm sure it's on a lot of students' minds. That is what is called dual intent. And the point with dual intent is that you are applying to come study in Canada, but ultimately you're considering permanent residency. There's nothing wrong with that. They won't reject a study permit application for dual intent. But what you need to do in that application is make sure that it's clear to the immigration officer reviewing it, that you understand that you always have to have valid status in Canada, so that you understand that if your study permit or your post-graduation work permit expires and you don't have permanent residency at that time, that you understand you have to return to your home country until you are granted another status or permanent resident status. So there's no problem with your end goal being permanent resident status, but you have to be able to demonstrate to an immigration officer that that you understand the responsibilities of being an international student in Canada.
Thank you. And knowing we have 2 minutes left, we will take 2 more questions. And after the live session, and Kathleen will remain in the chat and to answer some of the remaining questions was not be able to address live. And the next question is there a fee to get a co-op work permit? If yes, how much?
No, there is not. So the co-op work permit is free, and you will apply for it either when you apply for your initial study permit, which is the recommended time to apply for it, or if you don't get it, then you can apply for it from inside Canada once you arrive, but there is no fee associated with it.
Great. And the last question is regarding to AIPP. Do you know if AIPP will be renewed going beyond 2021?
So AIPP is the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. It was started as a pilot program, and then it was renewed in 2019 for 2 years to March 2021. I can't say if it will be renewed or not. I know it has been a successful program so far. So of course we're hopeful. It's a great opportunity, but I can't speak to whether it will be renewed or not past 2021.
Thank you so much. And that would be all the live questions we will be taking today. And once again, just want to point out that we do have a international student frequently asked question webinar this coming up Tuesday. And please feel free to go to NBCC's website and register for it. And also we do often host the immigration webinars for our incoming student and current students. So please feel free to once again visiting our website for those information as a follow-up. Thank you so much again, Kathleen, for taking your time to present and sharing the great stories of our alumnus' success and answering live questions.
Thanks, Lucas. My pleasure. And thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much, and a special thanks to Kathleen for that great immigration session. I know it generates a lot of questions, so we're really, really thankful that you were able to come on and do that for us. We're going to get started here in about 5 minutes with our current student panel. So anyone who has questions for our current students, you can feel free to submit them in the Q&A, and we'll be monitoring them, and I'll be asking the questions out loud. So a little bit more of kind of like a talk show style versus typing the questions in the Q&A as we've been doing for most of the day. So this session will run until 3:30. And just a reminder for those of you who haven't done so yet, there is a large collection of academic program videos on the landing page for Open House. So please feel free to browse through those. If you have specific academic program questions, you can log in tonight between 6:15 and 8:15, and the schedule for the events is posted on the landing page, to our academic Q&As, where we'll have reps from each individual program there to handle any questions that you might have. So we'll just get started here at the live student Q&A, or the current student Q&A, in about 4 minutes, and we'll see you all then. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our last session of our day event for our first ever virtual open house. It has been an exciting day with lots of great participation from a number of different people. And we're finishing today off with something a little bit different. So rather than staff from NBCC giving you some information about about the different services and programs that are offered at the college, we have a group of current students. So what better way for you to get a perspective of what life is actually like at NBCC than from our current students. So if anyone who's attending this as a participant has questions for our current students, please submit them to the Q&A that you can see on your right-hand side. Once you have submitted the questions, we'll monitor them. We may not get to all of them over the course of the hour, but we'll do our best to get to the questions that we have. So for those of you who are just joining now, my name is Mike Wright. I'm the manager of student recruitment here at NBCC. I am currently in Fredericton, but as you all know, NBCC has 6 campuses across the great province of New Brunswick, and we have a lot of those campuses represented here among our students. So I am going to actually now throw it to a few of our different students to introduce themselves. So we have 5 students on our panel today. First, I'll throw to Brad Price.
Good day, everybody. As you said, I'm Brad Price. I'm a second-year student in the Administrative Professional Health Service Program. I'm a mature student, 20 years working, and after being laid off twice, I decided to go back to college, and I chose NBCC.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brad. Next, we'll be throwing to Dominique Boudreau.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dominique Boudreau, and I'm a second-year criminal justice correction student at NBCC in Miramichi. I am from Shediac, but I currently live in Rishabaktu. Thank you, everyone.
Terrific. Thanks so much, Dominique. We're going to try Amanda Kelly. I'm not sure. She was having some difficulty getting logged on. Amanda, are you there? If Amanda's not right there, we'll skip over and we'll go now to Vinny Andrade. I believe that's how you pronounce the last name.
Yeah, almost there. Hi, everyone. My name is Vinicius Andrade. I am from Brazil. Just to everybody know, you can call me Vinny or just V, that's fine. I'm living here in Canada since last year. I live in Woodstock and I'm taking the second year of business administration management. I'm glad to help.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vinny, and apologies on the mispronunciation of your last name. Next, we have Emily Muir.
Hi. I am a second-year student at the Allied Health campus in St. John. I'm taking pharmacy technician. It's actually my second program that I've taken with NBCC. A few years ago, I took automotive tech, also in St. John, which I loved. I just decided it wasn't for me for a career. But yeah, I'm a mature student, 2 kids, and NBCC is great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily. And I'll try one more time. Is Amanda there? I don't believe she is. Okay, so we'll move right along. So the way this will work is I have some questions here, and we have some that are being submitted through our chat. And what I'll do is I'll throw to each person individually to answer the questions. So you won't all have to answer as a group, and we'll kind of be able to keep this a little bit organized. So first of all, I guess I'll start with Brad. Brad, can you tell us what a typical school day is like for you?
For myself personally, typical school days, I get into class in the morning. We have, for now, we're working with 2 different classes, 2-hour classes each morning. I get to go online. We'll chat with our classmates, and then our instructor will come on, give us our daily task or do our instructions, and then we'll go through our work for the day, and then right now with our online course, we get to go in the afternoons. It's a good time to do all our extra school work. Plus, it's time for myself to get caught up on some notes, and I'll read through my textbooks to keep myself ready for the next class.
Terrific. Thanks, Brad. Now I'm going to throw the same question to each of you. So next I'll go to Dominique.
Hi. Well, obviously now with COVID, things are a little bit different. I'm fortunate enough that I can go on campus on Thursdays, which is great. We get to see I can see the other students from my class. Typically, like a day online, we get up, we have virtual classes at different times of the day. Other than that, it's free time to work on the assignments that are given to you. And then on the Thursdays that I get to go to class, we do more of the practical stuff, and we have our gym class and we practice searches and stuff like that, and then we go home.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Vinny, can you give us a little taste of what your school day looks like?
Sure. Nowadays with COVID, I do 100% at home. So no school for me, no school for business students. Our class start 8:30 like everybody else. And we have a pretty hard schedule. And I have classes now until 3:30, Monday to Friday. And I managed to work 4 to 9. So everything's going really great so far.
Thank you so much, Vinny. And Emily.
With COVID, our schedule has changed. We used to be at school every day, 8:30 to 4:30. Now on Mondays, I'm totally from home, doing classes online, theory classes online, and the other 4 days a week, I'm there for half days for the morning, and I do my theory classes online in the afternoon. So it's a good mix for me. I have the in-lab hands-on stuff on campus.
That's great. Thank you, Emily. And I see Amanda, I think. Amanda, are you there? We still don't have her, so we'll continue to move on, but hopefully we can get her logged in here shortly. So I'm just looking at some of the questions here. Dominique, I believe you said you were studying the criminal justice program. Is that correct?
Correct.
So our question here is, what does the criminal justice program include, and what kind of things will you be learning?
We learn different things, like there's a policing program and there's a corrections program. I'm in the corrections, which is more, we'll practice searches and we'll look at more the rules and regulations inside various institutions, whether it be provincial or federal. I know that for the policing side of it, I think they do more of like the criminal code and stuff like that. But in both of our gym classes, we practice knife defense, handcuffing, all sorts of takedowns and stuff like that.
Awesome. Thanks, Emily. Or excuse me, Dominique. Trying to keep track of all of these names here. So we have a couple of questions here. I know there are a few students on the panel here that mentioned that they have children. And we have a few people who are asking questions about what are the challenges of attending NBCC while having children. So Emily, I'll throw to you to start, and then Brad will come to you next.
There are some challenges, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, getting childcare is one big, as long as you have childcare, that's a big thing out of the way. If you have to miss time because your kid is sick, or I know when we first got into COVID and doing class from home and my kids were home, that was a bit of a a bit of a struggle trying to do online classes while the kids were screaming. But most of the time there isn't, like, the teachers understand, if you have to leave because your kid's sick, or if you are late, if you communicate things well with your instructors, they're very understanding and they work with you, and they're really, it really isn't too much of a struggle. And my kids like to see that mommy goes to school too.
That's great. Thank you, Emily. Brad, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
To go on with what Emily said, it is hard, but talking with your instructors and letting them know. With some of my instructors, well, actually most of my instructors, we get to have a good conversation, and they know that we have children, so they're understanding. But as I said, as long as you have some good health care or child care, and then you have you work with them, and as long as you get your logistics right, make sure the kids get picked up, they're on the bus. Especially right now working from home, it's actually easier. I get my son on the bus, get back to my classroom, which is right now my kitchen table, and and then we get to pick him up from after school care. After that, it makes it a little easier. Last year when we were back in classroom, it was just the same. Just make sure you're getting there in time to pick them up.
Terrific. Thanks to you both for the insight there. I know with doing a lot of your classwork from home now, it can be a little bit easier with kids sometime, but I imagine it can also be difficult with kids sometime because they require attention as well. Our next question, I'm going to actually go to Vinny. So Vinny, this is going to be two parts and they're unrelated. The first, we have somebody that is from Brazil who's logged in. So they said to say hello because they're from Brazil as well. And the question is, Vinny, so somebody here is interested in the same program as you, Business Admin Management, and they're wondering if there is a co-op option for that program.
That's a good question. Well, first of all, hi to all the Brazilians watching us. And I don't know how to answer this. I think no, because I remember when I was trying to get information about this course, I didn't see any co-op option. But anyways, this course is a 2-year course, and I'm really enjoying the course.
That's great. Thank you very much. So I'll go here. This is going to be kind of a general question here. Is it possible to work part-time and be a successful student? So any of you that have a part-time job or are working, can you just put your hands up? Because I can see you all, and then I'll know who to throw to. So Vinny. Okay, so we'll go back to you, Vinny, actually. So how do you find working part-time and being a successful student?
You need to have a really good control of your calendar to control your due dates and all, but it's possible. I'm working 20 hours weekly, and it's possible. You just need to be organized and maybe use the technology in your favor. I like to use the Gmail calendar, and there is an app called Trello, which helps me a lot to make my time schedule organized and all.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Anybody else work part-time that wants to comment there on their experience working part-time and being a student? No? Okay. Awesome. So we will move on to the next question, and this is actually a follow-up question for Emily regarding children, because you did mention childcare. Can NBCC help with finding childcare?
I actually don't know. I was able to get childcare close to home, and it didn't come up to have to ask for help in looking, but I know it definitely wouldn't hurt to ask. I'm sure I've asked plenty of questions about things that even if they can't help you, they'll point you maybe in the right direction.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's one of the things that I think we really pride ourselves on here is the ability to, if someone asks us a question and we don't know the answer, we can find somebody that knows the answer for you. So if you do have those questions about things like that, please don't hesitate to reach out. That's what the staff and the folks at NBCC are here for. So I'm just going to look through my questions here and I'll come up with a couple more. So here's an easy one and I'll throw it to each of you. When you are going to class, when you are on campus, do you have to pay for parking? So I'll just go right across. Brad?
With the NBCC Fredericton campus, we are located with UNB and STU. So we do have to get a parking pass from UNB. We have a pretty good price. You can buy a 10-month pass, which gets you through our whole course or a whole year of your course. So I don't remember the exact price of it, but it was cheaper than what staff and instructors pay.
Perfect. Emily?
At the Allied Health campus, we're on the UNB campus, so we do have to pay. I can't remember off the top of my head what the price is. When I was at the Grandview campus, and they do not charge for parking. Sometimes you might have a bit of a hike to your building, but it's free, so it's not too bad.
Thanks, Emily. Dominique?
Yeah, I'm in the campus in Miramichi, and we do not have to pay for parking. And it's gonna be like the parking is really close to the main building, so we don't have to walk a lot to get to the building, which is great.
Awesome, thank you. And Vinny?
Here in Woodstock, it's a free parking and there is a ton of space.
Terrific. Thank you very much. So a follow-up to that, with regards to parking, somebody is asking here about public transport. So does anybody use public transport to get to and from campus when it comes up, and how easy is that and how accessible is it? So if anyone just wants to kind of raise their hand, I'll throw to you. Brad, you want to go ahead?
Here in Fredericton, the transit system is pretty much built for the campuses and for the university. So there is, within 5 minutes walk of the campus, there is probably 3 different bus lines, and they run hourly. And so it's pretty easy. There's a bus stop right in front of the campus, and it takes like 2 seconds to walk to the campus door from the bus stop. So it's actually quite easy in Fredericton.
Awesome. Anybody else use public transit to get to and from? Emily?
I don't use it, but I do know that it is right there. At the Allied Health campus, I see the buses coming all day because it's right beside the hospital. So they're coming and going all day. And at the Grandview campus, there is a bus shelter right in front of the campus. So not too far of a walk.
Great. So I'm going to now pose another question to the 4 of you, and I'll go to each one, but I'll work backwards this time. So I'll go to Vinny first and then work back. And you may not know this, you may not have this experience yet, but can you kind of talk a little bit about what your experience was like at NBC pre-COVID, so pre-COVID pandemic shutdown, and then post-COVID? So Vinny, I'll throw to you first.
Well, for me, as an international student, was a really good surprise to start to go to college again. I studied at the university 10 years ago in Brazil, so start over here studying abroad. It was really a good surprise. The beginning was interesting to see different students around the world at the same school. In my class, we had if I'm not wrong, 6 or 7 different nationalities, and was a pretty interesting learning environment. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we don't have these anymore. We have just online courses. There is a good side because online is, I think it's more practical, and it's a new way for sure. But I think NBCC it's well adapted to these way to learn. So I'm enjoying both. I miss the class for sure, but I enjoy both.
Awesome. Dominique, can you talk a little bit about the experience pre and post COVID?
Yes. Before COVID, we were in class every day, and it was great. We got to see our classmates and our instructors and all that. Personally, I'm not good with technology at all. And so when we were told that we were going to switch to online because of COVID, I was pretty stressed out. But it's not as bad as it seems. Like, from a non-techie person, it's NBCC did a really good job. And like I said, I'm fortunate enough to be able to do both. But I know that the online part of it is not as stressful as I thought it was going to be. But obviously, I miss the interaction with my classmates and seeing everybody, which was great. But I'm sure that we're going to be back to in class someday.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dominique. And for someone that is not very good with technology, you're doing great here today. So we appreciate you logging on to do this. Emily, we'll go to you now.
It's definitely a different experience post or during COVID. I do see my class less, and there isn't any or many activities on campus. Pre-COVID, there were barbecues and contests and Christmas fairs, and it was fun. I was involved with student union, so we tried to get events that we could get people out to. They did Christmas things you could bring your family. It was really fun, but they've tried to incorporate some online activities like this that it's helped. So it's definitely different, but they're both good.
Yeah, there's no question that it is different, and NBCC's done a great job at pivoting to try and deliver the same high level education post-COVID as they did pre-COVID, but definitely a different experience for students and staff alike. Brad, do you want to talk a little bit about your experience?
Sure. From my experience, pre-COVID, I get to go to class every day, saw all of my classmates and the instructors. It was enjoyable. You had the real sense of coming together as a class. Well, after COVID, or as she said, during COVID here, it's different, but also at first I thought I was not going to like it, but I'm actually enjoying it. I have, with my instructors, they're working tirelessly, working very well, and they're allowing us to have some live classes, some in recorded classes, so you can work on your own time. Myself, I really enjoy some of the discussions we get to online, we could have in class, because people have a little bit more, in class they didn't want to speak aloud, but while online they will, and it's enjoyable, I find. Plus, getting involved pre-COVID was fun, but while different post-COVID, it's also as well, all the virtual events we've done this week has been very fun. I've enjoyed everything we've done so far this week with our Student Success Week.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, everybody. I know that's kind of a topic that people want to hear about, and especially people who are thinking about coming to NBCC. What does it actually look like? What are my classes going to be like? So just a couple points of clarification before we move on. Somebody had asked about co-op within the business admin management program. So there's not a specific co-op program, but there is a practicum involved if you would like. So you do have the opportunity to get some hands-on work experience there within that program. And we had mentioned the parking pass, and I got information from my team here. The parking pass for 10 months on the Fredericton campus is $153. So for those who are concerned about parking. So I'm going to go back across the four of you again. And we've had some questions here because we've got people from all over the world asking about food service. So I know that some campuses have cafeterias, some campuses don't. So what I'm going to do is I'll go to each of you again. Just comment on whether or not your campus has has food service and whether or not there are vegetarian options available there year round. So we'll go back to the start. Vinny, I'll go to you. And also, please, sorry, if you could clarify just again, just as a reminder, which campus you are at before you answer.
Sure. I'm from Woodstock, campus Woodstock. So yes, we have a cafeteria and there is vegetarian options there. And even there is 2 microwaves, so you can prepare your own lunch and just eat there.
Awesome. Dominique?
I'm in the Miramichi campus, and yes, we do have a cafeteria. Currently, it's closed because of COVID, but they're looking into open it up again for the second term. But I do believe that there are vegetarian options, and us as well, we have microwaves at different places on the campus. So if you bring your own lunch, you can microwave it.
Great. Thank you. Emily?
At the Allied Health campus in St. John, we don't have a cafeteria, but we are allowed to go to the UMB cafeteria. I'm pretty sure they do. They have a pretty extensive menu. I don't eat there often, but especially now that we have half days, I just go home. And the St. John campus, or the Grandview campus, has a cafeteria, but it is closed right now for COVID. And I am pretty sure they have vegetarian options, but I won't swear to that because I don't. I'm not a vegetarian, so I haven't had to pay attention.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. And Brad?
The NBCC Fredericton campus doesn't have a cafeteria, but we are within the campus of UNB and STU. So during the COVID times, not all the cafeterias are open, but there is lots available. I know the STU cafeteria, when it's open, has a great selection, has a very good menu posted online. It has vegetarian options, plus I believe there was also some vegan options. As well, within walking distance of our campus itself is the Tim Hortons and a sub shop. Plus, there is the sub building for UNB, which has a booster juice, a cafeteria, a convenience store, plus there's also an adult beverage lounge.
Mike,
yes,
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Woodstock campus is closed, just to make it clear.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, so some of our campuses, as you heard here, do have food service options, and some of them do not. All the ones that do provide vegetarian options, and the ones that do not have food service, there is cafeteria close by, as you know, from at the Allied Health building in St. John. The UNB St. John campus is right there, and our campus, NBCC campus in Fredericton, is very, very close to the St. Thomas University and UNB Fredericton campuses. Okay, so we're going to move on to another question here. Just let me see. So this question came through the chat, and again, I'll pose it to the four of you. And I'll just kind of mix up the order here, and this will actually keep our moderator Ryan right on his toes. So how did you know that NBCC was the right school for you? So first I'll go to Emily.
I had a lot of things I was interested in, and when I first started with NBCC and took automotive, it was the only place that offered it. And I was also interested in something that was shorter than going to university for 4 years. So yeah, and the same now with taking pharmacy tech, it's the only place that offers it. So that's why I stayed with NBCC, but it's great. Like, the classes are small, your teachers, they know you, and it's a tight-knit community. So you don't feel like just a number in a huge class.
Thank you very much, Emily. Dominique, same question. How did you know that NBCC was the right school for you?
Well, me as well. I switched ideas. I had so many different things that I wanted to do, and then when I set my mind that I wanted I was going in the criminal justice field, I knew that St. Thomas in Fredericton had a bachelor's in criminal justice, and then when I found out that I could do 2 years at NBCC and then 2 years at St. Thomas, I was like, this is the road for me. What I like about NBCC is you really get to do the hands-on, and just like Emily said, you're not just a number. They know you, like, your instructors know you by your name, and it's really like a small family, which is great, and it motivates us to want to go to college every day.
That's awesome. That's a really, really great answer. Thank you, Dominique. Brad, we'll go to you next.
For myself personally, I was in the Fredericton area working, and after being laid off, I decided I was going to go back to school. I looked at university and looked at the college, and I decided college was definitely my option. I didn't want to go for 4 years. I wanted to go for 2 years. And then choosing my course, it took some personal reflection, and I decided that's the course I really wanted to take. And I will follow up saying, like, the hands-on work is really great with my instructors. So we're very close with our instructors. I call my instructor mom sometimes for a joke, and she calls me son. We have a good laugh. If I ever have a problem, ever have an issue, she's an email away, and they're very well respectful for us to talk to them, and for myself, just it was the right choice. I've been to another institution before, and while it was good, NBCC just is so great for the students. And with my course it's geared towards being out before 2 years, I'm geared towards the Horizons hiring time. So it was amazing for me.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Brad. And Vinny, we'll now throw to you. How did you know that NBCC was the right school for you?
So to be really frank, my primarily goal was to get points to apply to a permanent residency. And what a beautiful surprise I had here in Woodstock when I started to study at NBCC. I'm really enjoying the course. It's really important to me. I can see these now to get these update to my career. And thinking long term, I think it was the best choice ever.
Those are the kind of answers we like to hear. Best choice ever. That's really great. So a few of you did mention on here that you are mature students, So we do have a question here, and I'll just kind of look for a show of hands, and then I'll throw to whoever would like to answer. But the question is, I'm a mature prospect. Am I too old to go back to school? So does anyone want to take a stab at answering this? Does anyone want to volunteer? Okay, so we've got all 4 volunteers. So we'll go with Brad first, and then we'll work our way across.
I will honestly say last year, the first school year, I was scared, but with NBCC's help, they had a day course where I went in. They helped you with your college learning. I learned a lot in that program. And then, I came to find that my fears were all just more of my own. Yeah, the NBCC has been very helpful, very easy to learn with. Wish I would have went there many years ago, and instead of wasting 20 years of working, but hey, I got some life experience out of it, so it's going to be helping me in my future, along with NBCC.
Awesome. Thanks, Brad. Emily?
I don't think you're ever too old to go back and learn something new. You might feel old. Sometimes I feel old. When I first started, when I went back to automotive, I was 27 and I was terrified that I was going to be the oldest one. I was not. I think I was younger than at least one other person by like 10 years. I was one of 2 women in the class, so that was that's different. But now I am the oldest in my class now, and it really doesn't seem to matter. I mean, you're all there to learn the same thing. You're all on the same. You kind of start out on an even playing field. No, they don't know more than you. That you don't know more than them. You might have more working experience, but you're there to learn the same thing, and people don't seem to care. I mean, I did get called mom sometimes, but that's okay.
Thanks, Emily. And in all fairness, as you mentioned earlier, you are a mom, so it is an accurate title. It is an accurate title. Dominique?
Yes. I mean, I'm only 21, so I can't really like understand, but I know that like there is a 51-year-old man from England in my class, and he knew what he wanted to do, and he was like if you know what you want and you want to do what you love, age does not matter at all. Everybody in our class accepts him. Like if he's one of us, we'll invite him to our little gatherings, obviously before COVID, and we joke around and we call him grandpa, but he's the same as us. If anything, he might be even more immature than us sometimes.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dominique. And Vinny, we'll go to you.
I am 36 now. In the beginning, I had some thoughts about this, but it was just in my head because, first of all, there is a variety of different ages among the students. We had classmates with 50 something and a lot of high school students, post high school students as well. So it doesn't matter, actually. I think you need to have this mindset to think this keep learning mindset, and that's what is matter, actually.
Thank you, Vinny, and thank you to all of you for sharing that. I really like those answers. And you know, here at NBCC, I mean, you've all kind of hit the nail right on the head. We believe that you're never too old to go back and relearn or learn something new for the first time. The average age of our students is about 25 years old, and our oldest student currently, I believe, is about 74. So there is really no limit to age. It's not a limiting factor when it comes to learning at NBCC. I'm going to kind of switch gears here a little bit, and I'm going to just focus a question to you, Emily. You mentioned being a woman in a trades program in a primarily male-dominated field or industry. Can you just talk a little bit about your experience there, being a female in a primarily male-dominated program?
Yeah, it was amazing. It isn't what I ended up choosing to do long-term as a career, but I did graduate. I did get my first block. I am technically a block 1 automotive tech, even though I don't do it anymore. In a group, it was me, one other girl, and all guys, all different ages. It was great. Nothing but respect. I mean, we're all immature, but I mean, nothing inappropriate from teachers or students. We still talk very often. Yeah, it was a great skill to learn. I would recommend it to any women. It's great. It's nice to, even if you just want to learn how to fix your own car, have a little bit of knowledge when you go into even if you take your car to a shop, it's good to know what they're telling you. I mean, it was fun, and I would do it again if I had the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Emily. So I have a question here for Vinny. We have a lot of international students that are in the chat here, and because you are an international student from a traditionally warm climate, some of the questions are: what are the winters like? Is it difficult to get to class? So those are some of the. That's one of the questions that we've received in our chat here. So I'll go to you, Vinny, for that one.
It's like on the TV but colder. So it's really beautiful. Doesn't matter if it's too cold. I think it's such a cheap price to pay because you are in Canada, you're studying in a really good institution. So you just buy a coat and buy a pair of boots and you're good to go. I really enjoy it.
That's awesome. So for someone who's lived in New Brunswick for my whole life, sometimes I don't enjoy winter as much as some of the people who are coming and experiencing it for the first time. But that's a good, honest answer. And you're right, it is really beautiful in the winter. So I'll go across here again. So this is a question. It may not have as much of an impact right now. However, when we are going to class, so before COVID, I'll say, before the pandemic, one of the questions we get often is, are your classes crowded? So, Brad, do you want to go first? Take a shot at this one.
My class was one of the largest classes for my program. We had 26 when I started, but a few people leaving at the first year because they decided that program wasn't right for them. We are down to now 19. And it's not too much. Even with 26, it wasn't that bad. Because, we were in a good group, and we had really good instructors, so they helped us all along the way.
Awesome, thank you, Emily. Class is crowded?
No, not at all. With my current pharmacy tech class, I think we have 11. Now, we started off with a few more than that, but like he said, some people leave, they find it's not right for them. So we're down to 11, and which is nice because we're able to social distance that way with less people in the class. When I was in automotive, there was the intake, I think there was about 50 of us, and they split us into 2 separate classes. So there were 2 of 25, which again, it's not too big. You got lots of one-on-one time if you needed it. It didn't feel crowded.
Thank you. Dominique?
No, I wouldn't say they are crowded. I know all programs, you lose people along the way. It's not for them, and they ended up switching programs or going to a different place. But we currently have, I want to say 20 or 19 in our class. I find it's a great number. We all get along. It's like another family, which is great, and it helps us when it comes to doing the practical work. We can actually, obviously before COVID, we can practice on each other to do the various tasks that we have to do for our program, which is great. And I find that we're a great number.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Vinny, and then we're going to throw to a special guest.
So we still have 21 students for business management. And in my first year, we had payroll class, which was around, I think, 17 students. We had some class together, like accounting, for example, but was not crowded at all because we had this class theater-like, so was a big class, so no problem at all with this.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So as you can see, even some of the classes where we say are bigger, we're still not talking huge classes up in the hundreds. The classes are still really small, which is great because you get that kind of sense of community and you get to know your instructors and you get those hands-on experiences. So yeah, are the classes crowded? I would say the overall answer is no. So now, actually, after a little bit of technical difficulties, we have Amanda Kelly who is joining us. So Amanda, I'll just get you to introduce yourself, say what program you're in, what campus you're with, and maybe a little bit about why you chose NBCC.
Thanks, Mike. So happy to finally be here. So I'm Amanda Kelly. I am currently studying my first year of early childhood education. I am a NBCC alumni. I did graduate last year from hotel and restaurant management at the lovely Moncton campus. So that's where I'm at. And I chose NBCC because it seemed like a good fit for me with sort of lower class sizes, good teacher-student interaction, and lots of activities and things like that. So yeah, so here I am.
Awesome. Thank you very much and welcome, Amanda. Even though you're only joining us for the last 13 minutes of our session, I'm sure the information you provide will be really great. So before, this is a question that I wanted to ask before we run out of time, and I'm going to ask it to everybody. So a lot of times, you know, why people come to college is they're focused on a career, getting employment when they're finished. So I'm going to ask you all just, you know, briefly, and if you don't have an answer, what are your plans for employment when you're finished your program? So maybe Amanda, I'll start with you.
Sure. So once I'm completed my program, my goal is to further my education as a forest school educator in early childhood, and then open finally a forest school, hopefully here in New Brunswick.
That sounds great. That sounds awesome. Vinny, we'll go to you. Plans for employment when you're finished?
So I have a lot of experience in business to business, business management, business selling, and merchandise. So my plan is after school, retake my career. When I stopped in Brazil, I had some storage there, so my plan is retake my career here.
Thanks so much. Dominique.
Well, like I mentioned earlier, I want to do the 2-year split. So after my last year in corrections at NBCC, I want to go to St. Thomas to get my bachelor's in criminal justice. And then the end goal for me is to get in the RCMP and work for IDENT in the forensics sector.
Thank you very much, Dominique. And that's actually a great thing that you mentioned there is the pathway to go to St. Thomas, because one of the other students in the panel here, or excuse me, one of the questions that came in was, if I do a 2-year diploma at NBCC, can I transfer to a BA at a different university? And the answer for the most part is yes. We have a wide variety of different pathway opportunities. So for students who want to continue their education beyond NBCC, there are lots of opportunities and they seem to be more and more developing every year. Emily, your plans for when you're finished?
This past summer, well, I had applied for a pharmacy assistant job at the regional hospital. I got it, and they actually had me start early as soon as we kind of went into lockdown and school stopped. They asked me if I wanted to start, so I did. And I worked from about April until September. And I stopped working for now, I personally find it a little stressful working and having kids and going to school full time. It's doable, but I'm a stressful person, so I've taken a little bit of time off, but I hope to go back and become permanent once I graduate.
Awesome. I could definitely see that being a stressful situation. A lot of plates to balance with all three of those. And last but not least, Brad, plans for when you're finished?
I know with my program, last year, the second years after the practicum, it was 15 out of 17 got jobs out of practicum. So that's hopefully what's going to happen to me. I know the other two went on to continue their education, one with NBCC and one went with going to a university. Myself, my program has me getting me ready to work at the hospital, doctor's offices, massage therapists, very many different areas. So I'm not just geared to one spot. They're teaching us a broad spectrum so we could transfer our skills to other kind of jobs. So I really look forward to looking. I'm hoping to get in with Horizon Health Network because ultimately that's where I want to work. But I feel like if I can't get there, I have necessary skills and education to get working someplace else.
That's great. Thanks so much, Brad. And thanks to all of you for volunteering that information. So as you can see, our graduates or our students are all very much prepared to get out into the workforce. They have a specific plan for what they want to do, and NBCC is helping prepare them or helping them to achieve the goals of that plan. Another question, and this is going to address to everyone, and then that will take us, we're getting close towards the end of our time here. So at some larger institutions, sometimes people worry about kind of becoming just a number. The question here is, if you have questions, do your instructors have time to answer your questions? So do they take the time to address them? So can I just get a little bit of perspective from folks about, do your instructors have time to answer your questions? And I'll start with Vinny.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, people are different, but anyways, absolutely. With technology, I think these can help because you can reach them through Teams or through email, or you can try to make a call. I never had any issue around this. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Great, thank you. Amanda?
Yeah, so I can actually speak from comparison. Coming from Ottawa and going to college in Ottawa, Ontario, and now going to college here at NBCC. It's the college experience here with the teachers and the smaller classes and things like that is really good, and I do find that teachers do have a lot of time and are more than happy to share their experiences. We have a lot of very, very highly experienced educators at this college. So it's really good. And I do find even with the pandemic right now and doing all of our courses online, I find even now that teachers are being more helpful and more supportive under the circumstances.
Yeah, that's really great to hear, because as everybody knows, the situation that we've come under with the pandemic can bring on a lot of stress that wouldn't be there otherwise. So the fact that the instructors are there and even more accessible now is really great to hear. Dominique, can you just talk about your experience accessing your instructors?
They are incredible. I know for us, they provide us with their office phone numbers and their emails, and you email them and you'll get a response in that same day. And if they don't know the answer to the question, they'll guide you and tell you who can answer that question for you. And even when we were in person, they always find the time to answer to us as students, and they always make sure that if they can't answer, we receive our answer by someone else.
Thank you very much, Dominique. We'll go Brad and then Emily to wrap up this question. So Brad, go ahead.
I know with my instructors, they're an email away. I've gotten responses quickly. I've gotten responses towards the middle of the night. If they're still up and they see an email, they'll answer it for me. But not just instructors, the administration staff, the support staff, and the student life officers always are there to answer my questions, and they've helped me very much in my college career.
Thank you very much, Brad. Emily?
Yeah, they're super easy to get a hold of. You know, even sometimes they'll give you their cell phone number, so you can send them a text, you can send them an email, see them in person, and you don't just have to ask them about school-related questions necessarily. I know if you're having mental health issues, if you're having, you know, money issues, you can't pay your rent, or you're short on food, you need a winter jacket, you're seeing an issue with another student, maybe that they're having an issue and they don't want to come forward, you can kind of anonymously say, I think this person might need some help, and they know who to reach out to, and they will do it right away. And yeah, you'll be well taken care of. They really care, and it shows.
Thank you, Emily. That's a really great and sincere answer. So we're getting close to the end of our time, so I'm going to ask the panelists all one more question. But before I do, I know there are a lot of questions that have come in throughout this that we didn't have a chance to answer live here today. So what I would do, if you are a domestic or Canadian student and your question was not answered, please feel free to submit it to collegeworks@nbcc.ca, and one of our recruitment advisors will be happy to answer it for you. If you are an international student and your question was not answered here live today, please submit it to international@nbcc.ca, and a member of our international education team will gladly get back to you with the answers that you're looking for. So before we log off here today, I'm going to ask you each to provide us with something. So if you could tell our prospective students who are listening to this today one thing to convince them to come to NBCC, talk about your experience, talk about your program and instructor, one thing that you would like to say to the prospective students out there, what would that be? Dominique, I'll start with you.
It's hard to just think of one thing, actually. NBCC is great, and like I said, I went to university, I took a year off, and now I'm here, and I'm so happy to be here. It's a family, and we talk every day, even now that we're all online. And NBCC it's one big family, and you connect with everybody, all the instructors, even if they're not your instructor, you know you can count on them for anything, and come to NBCC, you won't regret it.
Thank you, Dominique. Emily?
I would just say, again, it's hard to think of one thing, but they do care. They want you to succeed. They want you to graduate. They want you to do well. They want you to find a job. They want you to be happy in the classroom. It's a good experience, and I think you would enjoy it.
Thanks so much, Emily. Brad?
I'll go with the passion from our instructors, how much work they put into us, and it allows me to want to put the effort in finding a job and making them proud, and the ability to do things in college, get out there, do something with the student union. It makes it so much more fun than just being a student. Getting involved with lots of things really gives a fulfilling career in your college.
Thank you very much, Brad. Great answer. Amanda?
Well, I already graduated from NBCC, so really I could have gone to any other college for my program this time. But I chose NBCC because it's always been like a second home to me. The instructors, the classmates, the student union. Everyone is just like a big family, and it's always been very welcoming. There's so much support available to you if you do come to NBCC, lots of support, and I really encourage everyone to use that support that's there. And I know I couldn't have got through my course without that. So I guess that would be what I would say. Is it's just like a big family, and it's just a great place to be.
Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. And last but not least, we'll go to Vinny.
Talking especially to international students, most of the time our currency at home at our countries, it's way weaker than the Canadian dollar. So I should say that I did my research. The cost benefit here at NBCC is the best for sure.
Awesome. Thanks, Vinny. So we are actually 1 minute over our allotted time right now. So I'm going to bring this session to an end. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our panelists today, whether you were here for the whole hour or only the last 13 minutes. We really appreciate your honesty and your ability to answer questions and talk about your experience at NBCC openly. For those of you who are participating online, thank you so much for joining us today. As I mentioned, if you didn't get your question answered here live during our session, please don't hesitate to submit it to either collegeworks@nbcc.ca or international@nbcc.ca. So that will conclude our session for this afternoon. Remember, we do have our academic Q&A sessions that will be beginning at 6:15 this evening. So from 6:15 to 8:15, if you have program-specific questions, please feel free to submit them, to join into our sessions. And hopefully we'll see you all tonight. So thank you for joining, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks, everyone.